This is Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. Listen, we got a lot to go over. We have a lot to cover, so let's just jump right into this, baby. The first thing that we need to do is look at the overall market. Since we're here on Fridays, we need to start off with that. We're going to look at the big tech. We're going to see, are they going to have a big pullback today, or are they going to hold up? That's the real question after Apple earnings came out yesterday. And then, of course, we're going to go over the earnings that we have coming up today. I have a very exciting ticker to talk to you about. We've been looking at it on the show for an awfully long time, and of course we're going to check the chat. So if you guys have something up that I'm not looking at that you need to see, just let me know. So make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe button, baby, because I'm here every Friday bringing you the best live commentary, the live analysis, and the live trading. All right, guys, check it out. So in the news today, the first thing that we have to keep an eye on, the first thing that we need to look at is the fact that we are having this non-farm payroll and the employment rate comes out today. All right, now I'm on Trading Economics calendar, the tradingeconomics.com/calendar. It's really easy. I just click this impact button. I put it on the 3rd. You can select your countries so that way you're saving some time so you don't have to have Canada in there. No offense, Canada. But then if you want, you can read about the calendar, and of course, we can always click on the non-farm payrolls. And I'll just read this to you in case you are having some lazy eyes. We have the U.S. economic is expected to have 180,000 jobs in April 2023, which is the best and smallest gain since December 2020, following a rise of 236,000 in March. Is higher borrowing costs and prices have forced some companies to cut costs. Also, distorted links to the Easter holidays might weigh on hiring. However, the April number should still exceed the 70 to 100,000 monthly job gain needed to keep the growth in working age population. So when we look at these calendars and we see these numbers come out, they're going to mean something different to you. They're going to mean something different to me. And of course, they're going to mean something different to the overall market, who has some of this data already calculated in, okay? So keep that in mind, that just because you think good news is coming out for this or for that, you can understand that the market may take that a little differently. So let's go ahead and jump right into our Fang Mang. Let's see our overall ETFs, and then we'll jump into big tech to see what is going on there. So, the overall market, the SPY, the S&P 500, if you guys remember, I made a nice little excerpt on the overall S&P 500, and we've been following this thing creating new lower highs for quite some time now. If we look at the daily down here on the bottom left, right down here in this area, you will see that the SPY has created these new higher lows. So our first new higher low was in October at 348.11. It created a new higher low here as 375, then a new higher low not too long ago, guys, at 380. People were panicking down here, but we knew we had support here, so we weren't too worried until it broke this new higher low, right? And it held that new higher low. Now, another huge push for the overall market, pulling back, creating this higher low at, if I remember right, 404, okay, 404 area. And it came back down yesterday and retested this area, creating a double bottom. Those double bottoms can be pretty profitable if you know how to play them, and I would love to see this actually hold. Now, if we actually zoom in on the overall market, let's zoom into the hourly so we can get a better understanding. This right here, guys, this is your double bottom, almost on the penny. This thing slid past by a penny, maybe 2, maybe 3, and just got this beautiful double bounce right here, double bottom bounce on the SPY, holding that same level. Now, I did expect a pullback, especially after like this little push, this little clear out that we had on this last top. Now, it pushed up right and it clears its area of liquidity. And then you can tell the past few days, especially with the FOMC meeting and earnings, these things have been fluctuating like crazy. It's been absolutely nuts when it comes to how much this actually has been fluctuating. So when we look at things like that, we need to understand when the market is that volatile, when it's that crazy, when you see those leaps and those bounds that are constantly rising and falling, you need to really protect yourself. You need to protect yourself and have wider stops. Personally, I'm talking for myself as well as anybody else that's listening here. If you don't give yourself wide enough stops, it's going to hurt you further in the long run, because things are going to pull back, they're going to knock you out, and then they're going to just take off without you, and you're going to wish that you were in. But sometimes greed takes a hold of us, and we want to bet more than what we're actually willing to risk. So make sure that you're always having that risk in mind. So my excerpt on the SPY would be, we had this huge, beautiful push. We have earnings, and we're having a big pullback here in the market. We still have a lot of uncertainty with a lot of the banking situations and overall. So we're seeing, if we look at the volume here actually on the SPY as well, you can see it's actually a little higher than I'd like to see on these pullbacks. When you see pullbacks, you want to see them on lower volume than your pushes, and that's not what we're seeing here. We're seeing more volume on the pullbacks than we are on the pushes. So that makes me a little concerned. So I'm going to mark out just this level here at 410, of course. Why? Well, 410 we've been watching since day one on this show. We've been watching 410. That area, it's bounced off many, many times. It's pretty obvious when you see the same price action in the same area, and it's constantly bouncing off these areas. You want to take note of it, right? You want to take note of it. And that's what we're doing here today. So if this thing bounces back up into that 410 area, I'm going to really be expecting a pullback. I'm going to expect something to happen in that 410 area where we're going to see a stutter, we're going to see a shake. This here was a beautiful, just flush right through it, just right through 410, not even slowing down. But if this candle here was a real candle, wasn't a dark pool, well, even those dark pool candles are real candles, it came right back up to that 410, touched, and went lower. So what you are seeing is a lot of price action around this 410 area in the overall market, the S&P 500. Okay, now let's take a look at big tech, QQQ. Still, there's one last thing that I didn't speak on when it comes to the overall S&P 500. I always want to start by looking at the daily and looking at this 200-day moving average, which you'll see here is this teal line. It's above a curling 200-day moving average. Okay, I love to see that. Now, this market with the uncertainty, if we just trade sideways, I totally understand that. I would totally understand it. But I have to say, when I see a curling 200-day moving average and we're creating new higher lows, it gives me at least some hope. And yes, I use the word hope, and I use it respectfully. But I do hope. I am a bear with bull horns. I want to see all your 401ks, all your Roth IRAs. I want to see all of your future endeavors to continue to the north side. But I'm not always that hopeful, right? I always have to be skeptical, being that bear with bull horns. So what are we skeptical about? Well, when we push up higher and we find areas of resistance like this 410 area, we don't want to just be full bore. That's not where we're adding in if we're long, right? That might be an area where we might not want to go and look to take shorts, okay? So we need to be careful. Up in these areas, you have a double top on the top, and now you have a double bottom down here on the base. Did you guys notice that? That's where our pullback was a double top on the top at 417, 418 area, and now we have a double bottom down here. So what is the market going to bring us today? I think that 410 is going to be an interesting area, but we are over a 200-day moving average, which looks great for the overall market in these times. Now, the QQQ, the overall large tech, your heavy tech, your mega big old caps that are moving the markets and really, really holding up the SPY as of lately. Especially if we end up looking at the breadth of the market, you'll see that the majority of the market is actually on a downtrend. So good morning. Mama, good to see you. Good to see you too. I'll do my best to teach you something. If you keep your attention, we will do our best to do what we do, baby. We'll do the best we can. Let me take a sip of coffee. All right, the QQQ. The QQQ is just riding around in the middle. This thing's been range bound. You know what the QQQ reminds me of is NVDA. If you look at NVDA, this thing is literally just bouncing around. It did have that nice little breakout, and then it had a pullback. And we'll get deeper into NVIDIA. We will, but it looks pretty similar, right? NVIDIA has been really our beginning leader in the tech. Really ramped up. It showed a lot of proof of concept when the whole AI thing started coming out. It was getting pretty interesting, and now trading sideways, breaking above that 280. The QQQs did the exact same thing. It broke above this area, this 322 area. It traded sideways and then started to pull back. We found an area of support, which is very obvious, area of support, and now it broke above and now is coming back down. Now, here's the thing with the QQQ. We're still trying to hold out in this area. It doesn't want to break down from this 318 area. Every time it does, it wants to pop back up, So I think this new area that we're forming down right here on this 316 is going to be the area that we want to see hold. If not, we're obviously going to come down to this 313 area. Okay, so that's kind of what we're looking at here. It's just trading sideways, kind of in the middle. It's not anything that I'm really excited about in this area. It's just something I want to see play out. So we're going to see what happens in the overall market, in the overall indexes today to see where that moves. Then we have the IWM, the Russell 2000. These are your small caps, your mid caps, but mostly your small caps. There's quite a few stocks in this, and this is heavily, there's a heavily weighted financial sector in the IWM. Okay, so you can see why IWM took the biggest hit. It took this hit right around when we started seeing issues with the banks in March. Okay, so just at the end of February, we started to see some issues, and then in March, we got hit hard in your financial sector. So you see this financial sector just sliced right through that 200-day moving average when it was actually holding up better than the overall market. But once that financial sector came out and showed its true colors, it fell down to the north side, breaking lower, but still creating new higher lows here in the IWM. So you can't be too ashamed in IWM. It's getting a nice pop up this morning to 171.95. Now this is pretty weak. It looks really weak, guys. It can't hold up in these areas. The last time it came up into this 177 area, we talked about this 177 area multiple times. It's key area, just like a 410 for the SPY. So this 177 on the IWM, it's broken down from there, found some support, and when it popped back up, the second it touched that 177, it failed. All right, so when we look at something like this, and now every pop that it's giving, it's creating new lower highs, new lower high, and this I'm expecting to be a new lower high. So unless we get a nice bounce here and we break some of this trend, this is looking relatively weak in my opinion. So now we want to look at the NASDAQ. Now I've noticed that a lot of people are using this NASDAQ. A lot of people are using this NASDAQ because I take my sentiment from everywhere. You know, sometimes I'll just ask random people, oh, what do you use? What do you use to see the overall market? You know, and a lot of YouTube actually has been using the NASDAQ. And I think I'm going to start using a little bit more of the NASDAQ just to get a better understanding, because if more people are watching the NASDAQ, we're going to see more people leaning towards finding that in its relative understanding of what's going on in the market. Then that's what I want to see too. Okay. Now I'm going to use everything like we do every day, but I'm going to give a little bit more to the NASDAQ 100 than I usually would. So NASDAQ is creating new lower highs. Really beautiful, curling up on this 200-day moving average. It still has plenty of room, really. When you take a look at this thing, this overall push right here from this area, let's just take a little measurement here. From this area, over 12%, right? Without much of a pullback. You know, I still think we'd be safe if we came down to this 12,500 area in the NASDAQ. But do keep in mind, with the overall market, I want to see it move higher. I'm not saying it's going to pull back to there. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. Heck no. But I will say this. If we were to have a pullback, because we cannot push above this 13,250, if we do have a pullback, we still have room to pull back. So don't fear, don't fret, don't be too afraid, because we still have time in the day. So let's look at the Dow Jones Industrial. The Dow Jones Industrial looks like it's pulling back hard down here by this 200-day moving average. The good news is it is a curling 200-day moving average, creating new higher lows on the overall daily chart. Here's the thing. These pullbacks, these big gaps, these big rush, these could be great opportunities to buy. Now, I'm not telling you to buy, obviously, but these could be great opportunities to buy. Now, with earnings and everything that's coming out recently, with the FOMC, with yada, 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 now, where do we sit? That's the real question. Where do we sit? Where do we land? Where do we feel like we're comfortable at in the overall market? So I think by next week, I think we're going to have a better understanding of where everything sits, where everything is going to flow. But you can see the Dow Jones ran into its area of resistance. Not just a downtrend, but also you have this area 34,300 on the NASDAQ, or I'm sorry, on the Dow Jones, where we had a big, heavy hit and a pullback. So now that it's pulling back, this big pullback right here, is it going to get bought up before it comes back down to this 32,500 area? If it does, that's going to look strong for your larger Coca-Cola, your Amazon, your bigger cap, your older stocks. That's going to look better for those. So we're going to look at the US dollar now, still lingering around like a smelly fart around 101.37. So that dollar just hanging around down there. I I don't really have too much when it comes to the dollar that I focus on. But what, usually the correlation, well, when with inflation, as the dollar went up, the market was going down, right? Now, we're not seeing those correlations so bread and butter, right? That's not our bread and butter correlation. But when we look at the dollar, what I find very, very interesting is look at all of these wicks. You don't hear anybody talking about these daily wicks on the dollar, but look at the wicks on the daily dollar. We end up in a tight range almost every single day. So it's almost like you could almost play by just playing some type of mean reversion on these, where if it gives too much, it's going to give it back for the day. Now, that would take a lot of data-driven trying to figure out exactly, if it moved up so much, how much it would come down. So I'm not saying that this is something I'm going to play. I'm just, when I zoom in on the dollar, looking at these wicks like this, when you zoom in, it's clearly something going on here. There is something going on in the dollar, and you can see it in the chart. So that being said, be careful out there, guys. Not sure what's going on, but something's going on with our dollar. And yeah, we could go into it. We could talk a lot about, all of that, but I'm thinking it's something different. VIX, so the volatility index, I told you last week when we were all the way down here in the 18s that if we keep heading lower, anytime we've headed too low, it seems to get a pop. So be careful of the pops, and it looks like we did get a pop over the past few days. Now, sitting at 19 for the VIX, we're going to see what wants to go on with the volatility. Usually on a Friday, it's not nearly as volatile, but you never know. The market can really surprise us, so we need to be on our P's and Q's. All right, now, guys, we're going to run through some of the big tech. So right now I have Netflix up. I was looking at Netflix last night. Yeah, I got a mess on this board. Let me go ahead and clean this up for you guys. We're going to go ahead and clear the drawing set, and then I'll put my new things on here. So the things that stand out to me right away is just these uptrends. You have this uptrend that it broke, right? It broke this uptrend, and now it created this new uptrend here. All right, so we'll just do that. And so the thing is with this is when this came back down and it broke this area, we talked about it coming all the way back down to retest this 200-day moving average. Now, Netflix has been doing really, really well after that huge sell-off that it took, right? So this thing has been creating this beautiful uptrend. I really, really like it. And when it broke its uptrend, it surprised the market with how strong it was. It surprised me too. If you guys were here watching me a few weeks ago, you would remember that this thing had its ticket on me. beat me up. I'm telling you, it was a good time, but it beat me up, guys. So this thing just ramped off, it took off, and now look at this beautiful pullback right back down here onto this trend line and just holding this area. So we need to keep in mind when we're looking at all these big tech, we need to see the fact that each one of these is going to have their own pattern, their own, what's the word I'm looking for? Their own emotion, their own characteristics. Okay, now here we go. Now that I've zoomed all the way out, now we can see that beautiful trend line that I was actually trying to point out to you. Wow. Okay, so look at the daily. If we zoom out here off of this huge downtrend, okay, we can see this big uprise. And something else that I don't usually do on the show, but let me show you anchored VWAP, okay? Let's bring up Netflix and Flix over here, and then let me just show you guys anchored VWAP and how fun anchored VWAP can be sometimes. So I go out onto the daily, and I've used this anchored VWAP multiple times. And if you guys want to get more into anchored VWAP, you can check out Brian Shannon. Check him out on Twitter. He sells a anchored VWAP book. He'll tell you right away that he is not, the curator of anchored VWAP, but he had his hands in it, actually helping creating some of these things. So what I do with the anchored VWAP, now if you guys don't know what VWAP is the volume weighted average price. If you see this line right here, this is the volume weighted average price. I always have the VWAP on here because it's a good judgment. A lot of people use the volume weighted average price to either A, get a better ticker, or B, know when to sell. So there's lots of games around that. But what I like to do with the anchored VWAP is I anchor my volume weighted average price at the highest area, and then I anchor another VWAP at my lowest area on the daily, and then I zoom in to find out where our averages are. So our averages from our highest we've ever been on Netflix is right here at 287, okay? And at our lowest volume weighted average price is down here at around 262. So when I look at things like that, I'm seeing that there is support here, and wow, isn't that beautiful? So I painted this chart just using that VWAP, that volume weighted average price, anchored VWAP at the high, and you can see when it had this big pullback, it's bouncing off of that volume weighted average price right there, okay? So very, very cool seeing it bounce off of this, not just once, not twice, 3 times, 4 times here, holding its support in this area. So when we look at the daily, we can tell it is being supported in that 288 area by its volume weighted average price. So that being said, Netflix looks like it has support. It looks like it could head higher, but I would say this isn't really the buy area. The buy area is down here off of where we're showing support. So maybe Netflix needs a little bit more time, or maybe this is the greatest time to buy. Next up is going to be Microsoft. Microsoft, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful, beautiful name to be talking about for you today. Microsoft had a beautiful move up on earnings, just gapping up here overnight. Oh my gosh, when you look at a move like this, we're talking almost 10%, almost a 10% move. By the next day, it was over 10%. But guys, a 10% move in Microsoft, that's huge. Microsoft usually only moves 1.9% in a day. So when it moves that much in one day, that should have your attention, and it definitely has mine. Also breaking above this key area, which is just absolutely amazing, guys. It's absolutely amazing. I'm going to have to create an alert in case it breaks above this base, because it's creating this new base here, right here at this top. It's beautiful. I really like the way Microsoft looks, and I can't lie, I really wish I was still holding my shares from a while back. But that's how trading is. You learn. Now, I made plenty of money off of Microsoft. It was one of my biggest wins I've ever made. And if I was still holding on, it would be an even bigger win. But here's the thing. I didn't have to hold through all of that crap. I didn't have to hold through all the emotion. I didn't have to hold through all the fear and all the FUD. It was just me and my trade. And when I got out, I was happy. But obviously, when you look at things like this, you think, overall, the longer term of the market, the bigger trades. And, one of the greatest traders out there ever has said he made his money in the waiting. right? He made his money in the waiting. That's where the money is made, is in the waiting, you see. And as a trader, the more you get hurt, the quicker you want to take profits. Okay, the quicker you take profits, the more you're hurt by seeing what takes off further. So it's finding what hurts the least amount in your trading in order to keep on keeping on. So that's what I look at with Microsoft, is we've had a big win. Now I'm looking for another entry and another exit. So maybe that entry should be to the short side. Maybe tech pulls back, but we need a little bit more time to see. So let's take a look at AMZN. Wow, it's almost 8:30 already, guys, and I'm still just going through big tech. I'm glad you're here for pre-market prep. If you don't know, now you know. My name is Dave. This is LoFiTrader. I love to do stock commentary, stock analysis. I do the best trading technical analysis that you are going to find on YouTube. If you find somebody better, well, don't. I'm only kidding. But why don't you go ahead and leave me a like. Make sure that you are going on here. I'll just walk you through it. Go ahead and look at my screen. If you scroll down here, we want to make sure that we're live, so make sure you click that live button. And then if you scroll down a little bit more, we actually have a poll right here. We have 86% that say yes and 17% that say no. And if we continue to scroll down, we're going to smash this like button. It's no big deal. Just hit that smash, hit that smash. And then, of course, if you guys want to be a part of this ever-growing YouTube channel, just go ahead and hit that subscribe. I absolutely love it. I love that you're going to be here, that you're going to be a part of it, and I'm going to be here for you. So AMZN, guys, next up at 105.09. If you guys remember, I don't know if you were here or if you heard, but this huge ramp up, right, post or pre-earnings, and then after they came out, it just ripped right back down. That had a lot of people upset, but you have to understand, when you're getting these huge pushes up, right, people must be interested. And when you get these pullbacks, we're trying to see if it's going to hold a key area. Well, it looks like it really held this $100 very, very nicely. So is it going to be able to push higher from here or continue to push higher from here? Now trading at 105.13. I would love to see AMZN head up higher. Love talking about Meta, guys. Meta has been a huge surprise in my books. This Meta trade has been absolutely amazing. We've traded it quite a few times. I'm going to leave these lines up for me, not for you. But the thing is, when it comes to this, guys, when it comes to META, this guy, you know, I've been reading and listening to a lot of CEOs that create these mega and these huge companies that continue over and on and on and on. And one of the biggest things is when you are in a downtime, if you're in a downtime in the market, like we are in the economy and like we are in the market right now, the one who has the most cash and that holds the least amount of debt usually comes out on top. And so Meta not only has plenty of cash, and not only do they have amazing earnings still, right? They're still making plenty of money. The thing with Meta that surprised me the most about Zuckerberg, whether you like the guy or not, okay, I'm trying to make money. It doesn't matter if I like the guy or not. He is buying up so much technology. If anybody has anything to do with the metaverse or anything to do with those Google, or not Google glasses, but Google's doing the same thing, right? But Meta has been buying up all this tech in all of this specific industry, and he's trying to create whatever the next thing is going to be. And I think that's very, very innovative. And I don't think he's early. I think that if he's gaining a foothold now and he is continuing to make money off of the rest of his ventures while he creates this new thing for it to pop up, for it to continue, for it to start making him more money, I think that's a great idea. I really do. And so I'm all for it, and I'm all for watching it, I'm all for seeing it, but I have such a hard time holding things when they are just so far extended like this. So this is absolutely beautiful for Meta. It's having a bit of a pullback, which is to be understood after a huge push off of that bounce down here at this base. So Meta bounces up over 15%, we can expect at least a little bit of a pullback. You got to give it to them, especially in the overall market with such a big push the past week. We can expect some form of pullback. And if you watch the short that I made on the overall market, that's exactly what I said. I was expecting this pullback, but now is the real question. Is it going to hold these areas of support and continue higher, or are we going to flunk and fail to the south side? That is the real question. Now, let's take a look at NVDA. Now, we talked a little bit about this earlier, how it does look a lot like the QQQ. Now, this is just trading right here in the middle. 280 is going to be our top, and 270 area is going to be our low for our range. Now, our biggest range is this 265. It's going to be bouncing around in this area for a while, but if we get a break, we need to be careful because of everything that's going on. We want to make sure when you do break, you need to retest to show its true support, right guys? So this right here did break through, a beautiful move right here if you played this, but obviously taking profit on the way up and then holding a piece for the longer term. That's what I like to do. That's how I like to play it. I did not play this move here. I was not in front of the computer when it happened, but when it had this beautiful pullback, this had a nice bounce off of support. I did see this support, but I didn't want to play this support area. It was too volatile for me, so I just stayed hands off in this area. I expected it actually to pull back even further, but it did not. So NVIDIA just kind of playing around in the middle at 277 right now. It has the possibility of doing much, much better. Tesla, on the other hand, after its earnings, and it traded much, much lower. This thing is now trading sideways, creating this V bottom and this base. So this looks beautiful for Tesla. It's trying to hold this 160 area. I do like to see it. Now, hang on guys, we have data getting dropped right now. So let me just take a look here. We have the non-farm payroll data that just came out. So let's go ahead and take a look at the non-farm payroll data. Just make sure I got it up here for you guys. Nope, not that one. There it is. All right, it's in, ladies and gentlemen. The non-farm payroll data comes out at 253,000. The forecast was 180,000, so much higher than expected. And the unemployment rate was at 3.4%, as the forecast was 3.6%. So the unemployment was actually down. It does look like we're getting to see more growth in the overall economy when it comes to jobs and people maintaining those jobs. So that looks good. It looks like the forecast. So the unemployment rate measures the percentage of the total workforce that the unemployed is actively seeking employment during the previous month. So it is the percentage of the total workforce that is unemployed that is actively seeking employment during the previous month. So so it looks like we have less than. So 3.4 is the actual. The forecast is 3.6. Previous was 3.5. So it looks like it is still going down. So that's a good sign for the overall growth of the market. But how the overall market actually takes this data is going to be relative, right? So it's going to be relative to me and you, or you and I, as I should say. And how the actual market takes it is going to be a totally different story. So it looks like on the news as it came out, let's just look at the 5 minutes. Yeah, so it took it a negative reaction right off the get, guys. A negative reaction to that. We get a huge swipe down from 408 to 407. I'm glad I could be here to give you that news as quick as we did. So goodness gracious, guys. Let's zoom back out of here. Just want to make sure we're getting everything taken care of. All right, bada bing, bada boom. I just want to go ahead and put this up. I want to show you guys. Bear with me. Listen to the music. Data is out. All right. So let's move on through, guys, because we have Apple, which had earnings yesterday. If you guys were there, I was actually listening to the earnings call with a few of the guys from the Wolf. The Wolf Trading is who I was hanging out yesterday while watching the Apple earnings. The Wolf Trading is a nice little Discord I like to hang out in and chill with. And it looked like they came out with earnings better than expected. Was it better than expected? I don't actually remember. Yeah, it was. It was by a few points. Better than expected. Came up, cleared this area of liquidity And then it did catch my interest. I was alerted by Dempsey about how they wanted to take some shorts on the overall Apple, and I thought it was a great idea. But now I do not hold for very long. So when I seen it clear this top, I got in. I went after it popped back up. I took a short and I exited the trade as it started to come down. I started taking profits. I made a very, very small amount on Apple earnings, but as you guys like to know, I like to wait until the next day to play those earnings, and then we can keep on keeping on. Now, Apple is holding most of those gains. We're going to see if it wants to hold the rest of those gains today. Looks absolutely great so far for overall market, and Apple doing a very nice job holding those gains. So let's take a look at Google, and then I have a few things I'm just so excited to talk about. I want to get through this. Let me bring my chair back down here, baby. And I'm wearing red, but I got green just in case. Just in case. So let's bring the chair down, ladies and gentlemen. Let's bring it down. Oh, yeah. We'll bring it back up right before the market opens. Oh, don't forget the bell. Where is the bell? Here we go. Got the bell. No big deal. So I'm going to continue going through everything, guys, and if you see something that I'm not looking at yet, you want me to take a peeky gander at, just do that. We will take a look at it. That's no big deal. So Google's just trading sideways. It looks much like it has for the past 2 weeks, just diddling in the middle between 103 and 109, 110 area. Let's take a look at Disney before we move on. Disney, you know, I really like Disney here for a bounce. I like this. It's under 100. It looks good. And it looks as though if we could see a nice little bounce off this area, I would love to see it. I'd love to see a nice little bounce here and holding this double bottom, if you will. That would be great. All right. So, guys, what I want to talk to you about, because we got to talk about earnings, DraftKings. We got to talk about DraftKings. DKNG. Over here on the top right hand of the screen, DraftKings had a huge gap up today, and of course, as you guys know, I like to see anything over 10%. So what did this thing gap? Goodness, over 10%. We're talking right now, as it sits, almost 15% gap up. We're at 14.68%. Did I already go over Disney? I went over it, but it was very short excerpt. So I'll go over Disney really quick with you, mama. Right here on the left-hand side, Disney, right here. It looks like it's holding new higher lows, holding this, if you look at the daily, it's holding this area pushing to the north side, okay? So it did have a huge sell-off, broke down well below that $100 area, and then found a area of support at 96.48. So this 96.48 might bounce and head higher. We don't know, but I do know it's trading below a 200-day moving average, and it's sitting down here at support. So I think this would be a great area if you were to buy Disney. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just a big talking chin. And so, yeah, when I say bounce, a bounce could either be off support or off resistance. This would be its support, so it's bouncing off of its support, and it's going to head higher in my opinion. Now, where might that go? I'm thinking it'll probably come back up to this $100 area and then bounce off of that. But these aren't buy-sell recommendations. I don't really know. I'm just using technical analysis to help understand what this overall market is trying to do. So back to DraftKings. So DraftKings over here, absolutely amazing gap up, guys. You can't deny the strength when they come out and they gap up 13.69%. You heard it here first. 13.69% so far, and I would love to play an earnings gap up. So if you guys have not already seen it, I teach you how to play, how I play. I don't teach you how to play. I tell you how I play my earnings gap up. So if you want to know how to learn how to play these earning gap ups, well, I'll just give you a quick understanding. And if you want to know more, you can go check out my video section after the live stream. That way you can learn exactly how I do it in more depth. So what I need is something trading in between 8 and 10% gap up. I like to find those gap ups on earnings. So I have this nice little screen right here that it brings up the highest marked move in order to find where our gap ups are with the earnings. So I seen DraftKings pop up here, and I've been following DraftKings for a long time. I've had money in DraftKings for a long time, and goodness gracious, I'm out of DraftKings, right? We took some money out of DraftKings already, and it is what it is. Now, we have DraftKings right here gapped up almost 14% now. What am I looking for? Well, I don't want to play this right now. I want to wait for the market to open. When the market opens, I'm going to put this thing on the 5-minute. Okay, I'm going to look at it on the 1 minute, the 5 minute, and then finally the 1 hour. This is going to be my main focus for the day. If DraftKings wants to hold this area that it's sitting at right here, right now, if you look, it is a key area of resistance. It might actually act as support now, okay? So I should make its high. I'll go ahead and mark out its high on this map and its low. So we'll zoom out and I'll scroll down. So right here is its area of support on VWAP from all the way back here, 228.22, okay? So last year, around this time, it was trading in the same area, but it popped up to this area and it failed. Now it's had all this time to digest trading sideways for over a year, and now it's back up to that area. Does that area want to act as resistance and bounce off of its resistance, or will it act as support right here at 24, heading higher and then finding resistance at 25? Well, the question only is going to be able to tell if we're hindsight Henrys. And we're not hindsight Henrys. We're right here, right now. We got to figure this thing out. And how are we going to play it? How am I going to play this to be comfortable? Well, this is how I'm going to play DraftKings. When DraftKings opens up, it's going to create a range. So what is a range? Well, if I zoom in on the day before, this is its 5-minute range. Its range was 21.71 and its low was 21.42. If it were to break the top of this range, I would get in at 21.71. If it were to break the bottom of this range right here now, 21.11, then I would be out. Okay, so that's its range. It'll be the high of the day and the low of the day on the 5-minute. You're going to enter the break of the top. You're going to exit the break of wherever the bottom is. Okay, so this is where we're at. We're waiting for this thing to open. Wherever it opens, if it breaks the high of the 5-minute, I will be getting in. If it breaks the low of that 5-minute, I will be getting out. I'm going to risk $100 on this trade. So when the market comes open, I need to figure out exactly where my risk reward is and how many pennies in between that is, so that way I can calculate it as quick as I can, and I'll take a rough amount of shares depending on what that is. So if it comes out at $24 even, I know I can risk in a 5-minute range. If it's 10 pennies, I can risk 1,000 shares, okay? That's the easiest, simplest way to do it. Now, these aren't buy or sell recommendations. This is just what I plan on doing today. This is my main focus, is DraftKings. Another thing that I seen pop up this morning in the gap up on earnings is Carvana, CVNA. Now, do not look at CVNA and go, oh my gosh, I thought they were going bankrupt. I thought this, I thought that. Well, guys, sometimes what will happen is you'll get these big pops up. They clear out the liquidity because they don't want all these shorts hanging out here. And so they get all these shorts out and then they go back to failing. Now, we know Carvana is going out of business. They're going bankrupt and all that good stuff. But there's still trading to be had on these things because of what happens, right? We know that this is how it's turning into a pump and dump, okay? It's turning into a pump and dump stock. Okay, this no longer holds too much. Now, I actually tried to short this morning. I'd actually be down a few bucks. I tried to short this right here, but Thinkorswim will not allow me to do that on a speculative stock like this. Now, I'd still be in this trade, obviously. I'd be holding this trade to the break of 1087, which it might actually do. It might pop up there, clear 1087, and then fail flunk, but we will see if that happens. So, let's see. A few other things I want to take a look at. SFM. SFM, this is actually a beautiful gap up. This thing gapped up, let's see here. It gapped up all the way 14%. This is one that I was keeping an eye on too, but with the overall market and the way things were acting, I actually wasn't in front of the computer. I would have taken a loss on this trade if I would have taken this trade, but that is a-okay. We would have, actually, would I've even been in it. So yeah, check it out. So I'll show you a losing earnings gap up trade so that way you can understand how I want to take this. So this is where I would have bought into SFM. Okay. this is where I would have gotten out of SFM, okay? So I would have gotten in here. This would have been my entry, and we would have been up for a short period of time, not taking anything out in this area, and this thing would have failed and got me out down here at 38.30. So if it opens up at 39.50 and closes at 35.30, I know that I can take twice the amount of shares. So I could take 200 shares in order for that to get me out safely, and I would have lost $100. Okay. Now, of course, I want to show you losing trades as well as winning trades. Now, I didn't take this. Fortunately, I wasn't in front of the market to be able to take this trade, but this is how I play these. So we're going to take a look at DKNG. That's going to be my main focus this morning to see if DraftKings wants to do what I want it to do. And if it doesn't want to do what I want it to do, well, then see ya. I'll be on to the next one. So it's time to pour a little bit of coffee. Yes, this is Silly Sips coffee. I don't have the Silly Sips coffee mug in front of me today, but I do have some elated Ethiopian coffee. If you guys want to check out Silly Sips Coffee, you're more than welcome to. Right here is the product, SillySipsCoffee.com. You can get 10% off all of the products. Or actually, I'm sorry, you get $3 off today. 10% of all the proceeds will be donated to the Children's Mind Institute. So go ahead and check out their coffee. And of course, guys, if you haven't already, make sure that you hit that like, hit that subscribe button, guys. I am here for you as much as I want you to be here for me. So make sure you click that live button. Make sure that you are up to date with the overall stream. If the stream is actually running, let's see. We'll see if it is. It is. Look at that. And you can just click that live button so that where you're up to date on what's going on. And of course, there is a poll. Will Big Tech hold up today? I want you to go ahead and vote on that poll. Will it hold up today? Yes or no? I'd love to see it hold up with the rest of the overall market. And smash that like button while you're there, guys. Smash that like button. And of course, if you're learning anything, if you're enjoying this commentary, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. And we are here every Friday bringing you the best live commentary, guys. Best live stock market commentary. Let me get a sip in and we will get back to it, baby. So yeah, DraftKings is my main watch. I do love to see DraftKings and I love to see what they're doing. Let's go ahead and take a little peeky gander over here at the overall market. Now I want to bring the SPY up over here on this side. Yeah, so I really think SPY is going to end up hitting that 410 again. I mean, it's a magnet for that. GDXJ. We'll take a look at GDXJ. If I remember right, GDXJ is going to be your gold miners. This is a Van Dyck ETF trust for junior gold miners. Yes. So it does look like we are getting a pullback right now in GDXJ. Let's take a look at the overall market. So if we look at the overall GDXJ and we draw a trend line on the daily on this, you can see that we've had the huge downward trend line on this. Now, what happened, what makes this interesting is that it actually broke this trend line, it came back and it retested this trend line, okay? Now, after it retested that trend line, it moved north, right? It headed north, and now we have a curling 200-day moving average, okay? Creating new higher lows. We have a new higher low. We have a new higher low here. We have a new higher low here, and we have a new higher low here, okay? So 3 new higher lows right here. The question is this thing going to find a new higher low? Is this thing going to push up even higher? So right now, for the GDXJ, it looks healthy on the daily. If we want to zoom further in on the 1 hour, you can see it put in a high around 43.92 and had a big cup right here. Now, right now, maybe it's the unemployment rating that just came out, but this thing just got a big smack to the south side. Okay, so it closed yesterday. It closed at 41.97. It's now trading at 41.10. So GDXJ, your junior miners, your junior gold miners ETF, your Van Dyck ETF, does look like in the daily, it's looking very healthy overall, but it looks like on your hourly, it's seeing a little bit of trouble there getting that unemployment data coming in better than expected. Now, It looks like for DraftKings, it looks like we're getting another beautiful push here, 24.34 for DraftKings. Part of me just wants to grab, 10, 15 shares just to kind of get in there. So it looks like they're having their conference call right now, which could be very, very interesting overall. So we're going to see what actually wants to happen for the overall DraftKings stock. Let's see if we can find any news on it. DraftKings shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q1 results and raised its future 23 revenue guidance. That's great. You always want to see them raising guidance, raising prices, showing that they are constantly working for a bigger, better future. And it looks like DraftKings is having a beautiful reaction to this. Now gapped up, I'm looking around 15%. Let's take a little peek. Yeah, it's over 15% now, guys. So DraftKings is if it goes further up on my list, it'll break through the roof. So this thing is definitely on my main watch list, and it's going to be my only trade today unless I really see something juicy popping up. So we're definitely going to keep DraftKings on our watch, and we'll keep DraftKings DFK, oh wow, DKNG, Donkey Kong, right? It's Donkey Kong, DKNG. So Donkey Kong for DraftKings, and now look at Disney's getting a nice little pop here. Let's take a look at the QQQs. So we're starting to see a lot of our big tech pop up. We're going to expect the QQQs to look like they're doing overall a heck of a lot better. And it looks like the QQQs are just following the uptrend line that I've drawn out for you right here. So if you look at it, bada bing, bada boom, we have this uptrend line, right? We have this uptrend line. I created another one on a smaller time frame up here in this area, and you can see that's exactly what's happening now. It's seeing a little bit of volatility, obviously with the unemployment data coming out. It looked like we had a big drop, and then it got bought right back up. So what about the SPY? Because we know that when we seen on the SPY, we've seen a big data drop, right? And now look, it looks like it got bought right back up. So for the overall market, when it's showing that we're having inflation's coming down, we're starting to see less rate hikes, and we're also showing that we're getting less people that are filing for unemployment. For me, personally, that looks great for the overall market. But the real question is how is the market going to take it? Well, it looked like it sold off a little bit, but got bought right back up. Hey, Lo-Fi, can you please cover SPY when you get time? Absolutely. Matter of fact, Muley, I'm doing that right now. Thanks for joining us. And you know what? This sip is for you, Muley, not for me. This one's for you. Now that is some good elated Ethiopian coffee. So the SPY, we were just going over this, Muley, actually. We're going over how the market is actually taking this data, and it looks like it's taking it very, very well right now. So right at the data drop, when we got the unemployment, you've seen a big drop here, big sell-off. Wham! It smacked down hard, and then it popped right back up. Looked like it's getting soaked up, and we're expecting this thing to head back up to, you guessed it, the 410 area. So if this thing can get up to that 410, I'm expecting a pullback from there. But of course, I am rooting for the bulls today. I'm rooting for the bulls. Of course, I'm a bear with bull horns, but I want to see your 401ks, your Roth IRAs. I want to see the overall market head higher. Now, will it do that? Well, I can't will it. I cannot will this thing higher, not with my mind or mental capacity. I wish I could. I would make everybody retire early, but I cannot. So, that being said, when I look at something like this, I am looking at the technical analysis. It looks like we are holding new higher lows in the SPY. We are holding above a 200-day moving average. And when we look at those signs, we could go even deeper into that, and we could say, well, what is the weekly looking like? Well, the weekly has its 10-day above its 20-day. Its 20-day above its 30-day moving average. So that's all good signs on the weekly. Now the monthly, we just need to see it over a 10-day. And if we look, we can see that we are just squeaking over that 10-day. So in the overall market, if you're looking at the overall long term of the market, I would say it looks really, really good. In the short term, I would say we're going to smack this 410, and it's going to show us what it wants to do, as it always does. Now, the last time we came through this 410, we ripped right on through it. That was the FOMC meeting, if I do believe. Right here, we just ripped. We tore right on through that, and then it bounced back up, finding a new low, and now looks like it's trading at 408.46. So we're going to see if it's actually going to come up to this 410, if we're actually going to see that pullback. Now, holy crap, back to DraftKings, guys. DraftKings is up there to 24.42, looking really, really good. You love to see this. When you see a stock like this, now, I'm not afraid at all. There's no fear of missing out, because I know the real action is going to actually take place during the market open. So I can wait comfortably knowing that this thing is going on higher without me, because I am expecting a pullback, or maybe not a pullback, but I'm expecting this thing to still continue to be volatile after the market opens. So we're going to see if it does want to do that. Okay, so DraftKings looking really, really healthy up here at 24.45. Looks like it's wanting to break new highs again, and we're going to see if it can. Now, guys, if you have something that you want me to take a look at that I haven't looked at already, or if you want me to go over something that I have already looked at, please let me know. Put it in the comments, and I'll be happy to go over it. I don't know how to say the name, so I'll say Duran. What's going on, Duran? First time here? Well, I hope you'll end up being a long-time listener, buddy. Let me know if there's anything that you want me to go over, anything you want me to watch, and we will go over it with you. But today, my main watch list is going to be DraftKings, because it's up over that 15%. Anything over 10% really catches my eye. So this DraftKings looks absolutely scrumptious. And B. Stewie, I'm glad that you popped in. Morning all. Hate it when I'm late. Hey, B. Stewie, I'm just happy that you're here. So we went over a little bit of everything, B. Stewie, but now that you're here, one thing I do want to bring up is the fact that your PBF, your energy stock, let's go ahead and bring it up, PBF, Francois. You know what? Let me write that down real quick. Francois. FRANSWA. All right. I won't forget it now, brother. Francois, I'm happy you're here, and thank you for joining us. I'll go over pins in just 1 second. I want to show PBF to Stewie. We did have PBF have earnings. They just came out. They gapped up about 5.42%. And just keep in mind, we want to look at PBF, because the better that energy starts to fall, that means that our cyclicals should be falling and that the rest of these should be heading up. It means that we should start seeing a more healthy market when we start seeing these curls and these falls. So this is good for the overall market, in my personal opinion, but we always want to look at PBF. We always want to take a little peeky gander at PBF, and of course WWE for my boy B. Stewie. We got to see WWE. WWE finally is getting a pullback. What a monstrous run. B. Stewie called this thing out here, down here around 82.92, when he was talking about the merger of the UFC and the WWE, and this thing just ripped up higher and higher. So anytime B. Stewie pops in, we got to take a look at WWE, because it's just one of those things. It's like, wow, I wish I could have, body slammed this ticker. Like this would have been a great mover off at 80 all the way up there. Now trading at 105.44. So that looks absolutely amazing. So Francois, you're absolutely welcome. Let's take a look at pins, guys. PINS, if that's the ticker, right, Muley? You want to see what pins is looking like? So pins, Pinterest, guys. Pinterest was so popular back in the day, and now it looks like they are starting to lose out. Well, actually, they came out with better than their earnings guidance. So they were expecting to lose about 16 cents per share, and they're actually up 8 cents per share. Now trading at 21.02. So we're starting to see a small little push in this area, but even on that good news, they had a huge pullback here, and they're on a big downtrend. Now, actually, they broke up above that downtrend, broke up above that 200-day moving average, but then they sliced right back through it, and they sliced through it on high volume. That's the biggest issue. When you see pullbacks in companies like this, you want to see it done on more relatively lower volume. So if you get a big push here, you would want to see all this selling volume. You'd want to see it all very, very small down here. But we're seeing large selling volume here. Okay, now these aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just looking at the price analysis and the volume analysis, and I'm saying, hey, this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a lot of selling off, not a lot of buying happening in this area. So when you see things like that, it makes you want to kind of You know, step back, step away from the stock. If you're looking for longs, you need to see something showing a proof of concept. This thing falling and failing and not finding a bottom is not much of proof of concept. So keep that in mind, guys. All right. Bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom. DraftKings now pushing to 25.41. And pins, just to go back on pins, if I were to, I could draw a line here and say, hey, this right here, this 2071 area, that might be its next area where it's going to kind of flatten out before it starts to curl back up. Just because if we look back here, you know that it was an area of price action, but I would give pins a lot more times before I traded it. You're absolutely welcome, B. Stewie. And Muley, I hope that was good enough for your price analysis. Unfortunately, there's not a lot going on for the stock. It doesn't look like it's trading a ton of volume, and it doesn't look like the best trader as of right now. But pins might surprise us once the market starts turning around. So let's go ahead and bring SPY back up here. I just want to see how it's still taking that unemployment data on this 5 minute. So keep in mind, guys, I do really like this pullback that we had in the market. I do like the pullback. I think it was healthy, to be honest. I think it was a healthy pullback that we have seen the past 3 days, except for what? The fact that we did it on higher volume. That's not what I like. That's not good for this overall market. So when you see the overall market and you see these pullbacks, you don't want to see it on higher volume. Now we can make excuses for the higher volume and say, oh, the FOMC meeting. Oh, well, the the earnings, higher volume because of that. Well, it doesn't matter. If you get higher volume and it's higher sell-off volume, then that's not going to be the best in your overall portfolio. You want to see higher buying volume, lower selling volume, and you want to see it right here, right now. Okay, so in this area, I'm seeing higher selling volume than I am buying volume, except for back here in October, we had that beautiful push. Wait, is this March? I'm sorry, guys. Back here, March 13th. Back here, we've seen a nice push on that higher volume. Now, we aren't getting selling off volume that is that big, but we are seeing higher than normal selling off volume at those lows. So let's see, my boy Francois's question. I have put myself in a bad trading position. That is not good. Let me take a sip of coffee before we continue. I have SPY at 405, put DTE 0. Not sure if I should dump at open or hold and hope for a later reversal later today. Okay, well, there's one thing that I have to say, brother, is the fact that you use the word hope. We don't like to use the word hope. You need to make sure whenever you're going into something, and I'm not chastising you, we've all been in your situation. We really, really all have been in your position. And one thing I would have to say is if you're holding to hope, I would exit the trade. If you're holding to hope, you don't have a plan, and it's hard to hold. It's hard to justify anything to see if you don't have a plan. If you have a plan, I can say, hey, play your plan. Do you have an area of a stop? You know, when I enter a trade, I want to know right where I'm going to exit, as you'll see me do today on DraftKings if it sets up properly. I personally have to start knowing how much I can lose. And if you've already lost too much and you're already losing sleep over it, or you feel sick in your stomach, or every time you open up your phone or your computer and you're dreading looking at the stock, you know it's time to sell, brother. It's time to sell. Now, these aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just talking about things that I have had done in my past and things that I've learned, that I have read. I'll never hold on to a position. Ever, ever, ever. I actually had such a hard time holding on to a position, but if it's losing, I will not hold on to that position. If it's winning me money, it gives me that faith that it will continue making me money, right? So if I'm losing money, I'm usually out very, very quickly. Now, I'm not out just at any spot. Oh, I'm down $10. Oh, I'm out $100. No, I'm out at a key area of price action. If it breaks that key area, sometimes I give it a little bit of wiggle room, but then if it doesn't hold, I'm out almost immediately. And sometimes I don't look at the stock for a few days because I don't want to be tempted to get back into that stock. Now, we have 30 more minutes till market open, guys. 30 more minutes till market open. So one thing I want you to do I want to invert your attention. Just take a look at my screen really quick. We have this poll. I want you to go ahead and vote on this poll. Will big tech hold up today, guys? That is a big, big question. Will big tech hold up today? Right now, it's 80-20. 80 of you say yes, 20 say no. But if not, regardless, I want you to scroll down here, smash this like button for me. Smash this like button, and then hit that subscribe. If I'm bringing you any entertainment to your life, any at all, I want you to be here just as much as I want to be here for you. So hit that subscribe button, and absolutely, I'm pumped that you're here, Francois, and I hope I could help a little bit on that question. Now, XPON is coming up on the chat for B. Stewie wants to know about XPON. Well, if we take a look at XPON, we can see, wow, look at this beautiful curl. So this thing is making new higher lows constantly for XPON. Is this thing, I think I remember looking this up with you before. Let me just bring this up. I want to see if XPON actually has decent earnings. So it looks like they're trying. They sure are trying, but they're pretty far in debt. So XPON is a low float, guys. This is a rip your face off low float. 3.3 million. This thing could really break or make your account for that same reason. Now it has this beautiful curl. It looks like it's holding these areas, but it's not following this 10-day moving average anymore. So I can't really get behind. Oh, wait a sec. It does look like it is holding this 10-day moving average pretty tight right here. That's pretty nice. That's actually really nice. And now it looks like it's gapping up. So XPON, we might want to keep an eye on this thing for a runner today. We're just going to go ahead and make it. Now, these aren't, I'm not making any moves on this. So there's the move on this would be in this 10-day moving average if you wanted to, but it's not following it the way I want it to. Okay, so it is a good looking stock because it's uptrending, but it's not moving very much. There's not a lot of liquidity in this stock. There's a lot of gaps, and I don't like to play stocks like that. So that is just a little peeky gander into XPON, but it's not anything that I'm really excited about just yet. Thanks for bringing that up, B. Stewie. Smash, thank you for smashing. Yeah, baby, thank you. Done and done, thank you. Francois, I like that. That must be French. Francois. You know, I think my last name is French. It's Worrell. You know, I think it's French, but I'm not 100% sure. I do like French things. I don't even know what that means. I do like French things. I mean, I don't hate French things, right? So I like French things, but I could just hear somebody going, okay, what's one French thing that you like? And I'd be like, yeah, no. You know, I'm cool with France. Anyway. DraftKings now holding up here 24.48. Let's go over the overall market while we have time, guys, because it's 9:06. We have about 20 more minutes till the market opens. So 20 minutes till the market opens. Let's run through a few of our movers. We're going to go ahead and start off with the SPY, and we'll put the DraftKings DKNG Donkey Kong over here at the top right to see what happens with that. So the SPY looks like it's taking that unemployment data pretty well, just kind of trading sideways after that, but we are on an uptrend from yesterday's lows of 404.87. The QQQ looks like it is on this uptrending line that I drew out for you this morning. This thing wants to hold. That would be great. We want to see the overall market hold. We want to see tech hold, and that would be great for the overall market. Now, if this thing wants to break down and head on lower, you know I'm a bear with bull horns. I'm ready to swipe down with the rest of y'all, but I want to see it hold out. It does look like it is a healthy pullback, and we might get a monster push to the north side. Now, I could be very, very wrong here, but that's why I'm here, so we can learn from our mistakes, so we can learn to be better traders, and that way we can extrapolate some money in the market. What up, Keith? Good to see you. Yeah, I was actually looking at Carvana just this morning, just simply because they had their earnings come out. It was obviously horrendous, and then we had a huge gap up here. Now, I tried to actually short Carvana in this area because it gapped up right into its area of its top. So if we zoom out on the hourly, you can see it. It is clear as day. We have these tops, 1, 2, 3. Here's our fourth top. I tried to short this thing right here. I was going to take about 100 shares just to hold on to it in the pre-market, but I did not, simply because Think or Swim will not let me trade this speculative stock, unfortunately. So womp, womp, womp. Looks like I can't play CVNA to the south side. But I did mark it out right here in the yellow where I would have taken my short. So regardless, even though I can't play this using Think or Swim, I can at least make a mental note of the trade so I can come back and learn from it. So guys, we have about 22 minutes till market open. 22 minutes. So if you are here for the pre-market prep, congratulations. You're doing yourself a favor and you're doing me a favor, because I know you've already hit that subscribe button, baby. See how I weasel my way in there one way or another. So going back to the QQQ, if it can hold this area, I'd love to see big tech head up to the north side. That would be an absolutely beautiful sign for this overall market, for big tech to continue to hold, because it is what started our bigger push, right? So the IWM also does look like it's coming up, but one thing about this, Russell, is we have this downtrend line and this 174. Okay, so if it wants to pop back up into this area, this doesn't look so healthy for IWM. Now it does look healthy because it's pushing higher, it's trying to do its absolute best, but it doesn't look like it wants to hold this area ever. Okay, so we need to see it break through. We need to see it break through, come back and maybe retest before heading higher, because it needs to get through this 177 area. IWM at 177 is a scary area. Dow Jones Industrial, I'm sorry, this is the NASDAQ 100. So the NASDAQ 100 looks like it wants to hold new higher lows. If it can, that would be absolutely beautiful for the overall market. Same thing for the Dow Jones Industrial. A big pullback needs to show new higher lows. Now keep in mind the volatility index for today, it looks like it's fallen off. 1846 is where we're at. Yesterday was very volatile. If you guys remember, we were up in the 21s, and then we thought we were, at least I thought, we were going to continue higher with the overall volatility, but it doesn't look like we have done that. Now, Netflix looks like it's trying to create new higher lows in these areas. This might be a great opportunity to buy for Netflix, still holding this uptrend area. So this looks really, really nice for NFlix, and I would love to see it actually make a move, maybe breaking out. Maybe it breaks out above this area and takes off to the north side. If not, watch out below. If it wants to break these lows at 115.90, I think we might actually see this thing come down a little further. So let's go ahead. Let me mark this because I didn't realize what a significant base that was. So yeah, 115.75, 115.50. That area for Netflix is the line in the sand for me. If it breaks that area, I do think we will end up seeing a retest of that 200-day moving average like we talked about before. So we're going to see if the overall market is going to hold up. Is Netflix going to hold up? And now back to Microsoft. Just playing in the middle the past week here after the huge push up on earnings, holding this accumulation bottom at 295, then pushing higher, holding that gap as well. Absolutely beautiful for Microsoft. And if you're holding, I would say, you know, keep on keeping on. That's absolutely beautiful for this market. So let's take a look at AMZN. Is it going to hold that $100 area? It did bounce off that $100 area. Now we're going to want to see if it can hold. Maybe it comes back to retest that 100 one more again. We will see very, very soon with the market opening up here in about 20 minutes, guys. 20 minutes. So is everybody caught up on the data? When the data came out today, it was very quick, very fun, very fast, but we got some good data. We got some good information out of the overall market today. What it told us is that the non-farm payrolls was 253,000 for the forecast of 180,000. So what is the non-farm payroll? Well, it's excluding farmers. I know that much. But non-farm payroll measures the change in the number of people employed during the previous month, excluding the farming industry. Job creation is the foremost indicator for the consumer spending. So if we're seeing more, the change in the number of people employed, we're seeing a higher a higher actual than the forecast. By a large margin, you can see that the job creation is happening, and you can see that the majority of the economic activity is happening right here, right now. So with the overall economy activity doing better and the unemployment rate being at 3.4%, which is lower than the previous and lower than the forecast, it looks like the overall economy is starting to pick up from what this data is suggesting. Now, how the overall market is going to take that could be very debatable. So far in the market, it looks like the overall market has taken that as a bullish sign. So why do I say that? Well, when the market hit, it came out and it flushed out here, getting bought right back up, pushing back into those highs. Okay, guys, so we have about 15 more minutes, 17 more minutes till the market open. So that being said, I'm going to take a quick little breather, take a little sip shawana, maybe warm up my coffee, but we are going to have a beautiful day in the market. I am just excited that I'm laser focused on one trade today. That one trade is my earnings gap up on DraftKings. I love to see the fact that my DraftKings, what I don't love to see is that, I bought in down here and got shooketh out. But it is what it is, guys. It's part of trading. But now we're at a key area where it might be a pivotal point in the market for DraftKings to head higher. Now, I'm only in it for a good time, not a long time, for today. If it can hold out and it can head higher, I will be holding out for it to head higher. But if this thing wants to shuttle, if it wants to shake, if it wants to snap back on down and stop me out, I'm going to be cleaning my hands free of this trade, and I will walk away unscathed. Unscathed meaning a small loss. So that is what I'm looking for in DraftKings today. I hope you are here with me. I hope you are able to see how I play, because I will... Well, and I hope, and I say that respectfully, I hope I'm able to play DraftKings today because I am very excited. I do like DraftKings. I do see it everywhere. Everybody is talking about sports bet gambling. More people are opening it up to the eyes to other people in other states. And I think eventually it's just going to be normal for people to gamble their money away on sports betting. And you're going to hear the success stories and the failure stories inside these apps of how people lost it all or how they made big. But regardless, I don't care so much about the story. I care about the earnings, I care about the hype, and I care about the technical analysis. And I'm seeing all of that line up for me, and I do like DraftKings. So now we have this earnings beat that surprised the market big time. Big surprise here, big market gap up, over 15%. Now we're going to see at market open in 15 minutes if it does exactly what I want it to do. So let's see. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go through some more of these other earnings, like Carvana. They had earnings that come out. You can expect it to be crap earnings, but you can expect people to, trying to squeeze out all those shorts, which it looks like they're definitely getting squeezed. Now in an area of resistance, I wish I was able to, or I had my Trade Zero account. I would love to see it fail in this area. Let's bring up BBAI. So the AI tech sector is absolutely scrumptious. What I actually want to bring up is I have a ticker, I have a list for AI, so that way we can go over it. So let me bring it up really quick, and then we can go over all of our AI and not just BBAI. So we'll get to BBAI in just a second. Let's go through all of them, okay? So GFAI, if you guys remember that, we made some money off of GFAI as it popped up, and we obviously are going to sell out in key areas, and that's exactly what we did. We made... Well, this is one of my biggest trades last month, actually, was BBAI on this gap up here. So we played it here. I think we played it here as well. I can't remember. But regardless, GFAI looks like it's trading right back down there at its lows, $4.80, now popping up to $7.10. CXAI, if you guys remember this was crazy. It looks like it's actually holding up some of those gains that it created. That is very, very interesting. So this thing gapped up like crazy. If you guys remember, it was trading at its lows at $1.21, gapped up all the way up to $21, well over 1,000%, 1,156% gain overnight. I think it was even more than that if we were to look on like the hourly or the 4 hour, because it went even higher. Yeah, 69% 39.47. Yeah, what was I thinking? I remember this one pretty clearly. This thing gapped up over 4,400%. So absolutely nuts for CXAI. Still holding those gains, creating a pennant. That would be absolutely amazing if it can hold a 10-day moving average, and then we could play this to the north side. So I'd like to see CXAI play out for the next few days. And if we look at AI, that was our leader in the overall industry, and it looked like it not only pulled back, but it didn't hold out that $20 area. It held it out so many times. We were expecting it to hold out one last time, and it didn't. So I even said, if it broke this $20 area, make sure you guys are out of there, because it can definitely head lower. Now trading right, squatting on that 200-day moving average. Now, I can't remember if this was John Shields or if this was you, Keith, that brought up BFRG before, but I marked out BFRG a long time ago. We were actually looking at it right here, and I actually played this little excerpt right here and made just a couple of bucks on it before it failed. But I was really surprised to see this pop up on my gap up center. GFAI, or BFRG, Bullfrog Technology. What does this say? Remain smooth streaming. Uh-oh, hopefully the streaming's going A-okay. It says, error, YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming as such. View. Uh-oh. I hope you guys are seeing everything. Do. I hope the stream's going smooth. I think it is. I think everything's fine. So let's keep on keeping on. SAI, that was another one. It looks like it looks just like CXAI. It's holding this area of support. It's creating this wedge formation, and it looks like it's squatting down on a 10-day moving average. You know, I have to just say right now, Keith, I appreciate you bringing up the AI stocks, because right now I'm seeing a nice setup on SAI that I did not previously see before. So give me 1 second. Okay, so I'm going to keep a really close. I like the way SAI is setting up better than most of these. So I'll be keeping my eye on SAI. But now your question was on BBAI. So now we've seen the overall tech sector. Now when I look at BBAI, I can give you a much better understanding. So let me finish. Let me finish reading your question. Curious on your thoughts for BBAI. Not much going on with it. Just thoughts on entry and stop losses. You know, I really like the way you came at me on that one, Keith. You're not asking the crystal ball at all, right? You're not asking the crystal ball. You know exactly how to ask, and that's what are our levels? What are our areas that we want to react to? So, Keith, I appreciate that question. I really like the way you laid that out. So, with what Keith is looking at is BBAI, nothing's crazy going on here. So that's why we want to look at it before something crazy does go on here, right? So if we look at these levels, we know that we're holding this area right here at its base around 236. So that's going to be a line in the sand to this 236 area, right? 250 would probably be just easier to say, right? 250 area, but 236 would be about where your stop loss would be. Okay, so that would be my stop loss if I were to enter this area if we expect this continued trend line. So if I draw a trend line up just like this, and we expect to see this continued trend line like we're seeing a lot in your broader AI, I would say that this would be a nice area to buy if and only if you knew exactly what your risk was and where your stop loss was going to be. So I know what I'd be willing to risk, and I know where my stop loss would be. So if you were to get in, where would you get out? Well, I would say our first area of profit target would be probably 321 to 350. That area is going to be an area that you'd want to start scaling out of and then leaving a piece in for the dream. Now, is BBAI, Big Bear AI Holdings, an actual a great long-term stock? I have no idea. All I know is that on the daily, this thing is looking like it's trying to hold new higher lows, and same thing on your 4 hour. So not a lot going on for BBAI, but it does look like it might be a mover in the near future. So that's what I'm looking at. So thank you, Francois. I do appreciate that. Francois, excuse me. I do appreciate that. Blake P said, what areas of SPY are we targeting for both bulls and bears today? Blake, I love the way you asked that. That is a beautiful, beautiful question. So when we look at the overall SPY, the very, very first thing I see is that 410 area, Blake. That 410 area is key. Now, if you haven't been keeping an eye on the SPY, that 410 goes all the way back to here. All the way back, guys. I mean, there is so much price action in this 410 area, 411 area. It's not even funny. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm talking areas, not just spots. 5, 6, 7, 8 areas. You know, there's more, even more spots, but I'm talking about areas. So I am expecting, and you know, I could be wrong, but I am expecting the SPY to at least get up to this 410 area. If we're in that 410 area, we're going to see a nice pullback from that, is what I'm expecting. Okay, and then I'm expecting again to see a new higher low being formed, let's say around this 406 area, in order to create a new higher low off of this 404, 403. So we're going to see, does it want to blow through? Now, I'm a bear with bull horns. I would love to see this overall stock market just rip right through 410, head to the north side, and show us new highs before pulling back, showing a new higher low. And we might get that today. We might actually get that today. But just to be honest, just to see things the way they are, we have what looks to be this head and shoulder, okay? And then it breaks that key area of 410, slicing right through it. I would love to see this thing slice right through it again, but that 410 being a key area, we need to just keep our eyes open for it. So Blake, I hope that answered your question. 410 is my key area. If not, we might even pull all the way back down to this double bottom, posing a threat to a triple bottom and a possible breakthrough. So 410 is my main area of resistance that I expect us to run into. If we can break through that though, Blake, you know I would love to see it head on higher. Now, a few things that I want to go through, just because I have all of these swing trade ideas, and I want to make sure I'm keeping up on them. So if you guys don't have anything that you want me to look at, I'm going to run through this. Perfect, Blake. I hope I earned your subscription, brother, because I'm here every Friday bringing you live trading, live commentary, and live stock trading analysis. So hit that subscribe button, brother. You'd help me out tremendously growing this YouTube channel. So AXON. Man, I got to talk about AXON. We can look at CVS, absolutely. Let's bring up CVS. And guys, we have less than 5 minutes. We have less than 5 minutes. So make sure you are knowing where your levels are, knowing where your lines are, and understanding what you have to look at. So let's go ahead. Muley asks, curious on your thoughts on CVS. So we only got a few minutes. We're going to run through this and JSPR in just 1 second, and then we gotta really get laser focused on DKNG, guys. So CVS over here on the left hand side, it looks like we had a big breakdown. CVS is well below a 200-day moving average and heading even lower. Now, I don't know all the news on CVS, but I'm not 100% sure how they're doing fundamentally, but I would say with the look of this, it's not doing very well for CVS care marks, okay? So when I see this, I would have to say the very first thing I would say is I need more time. I need more time. I don't have any levels down here to go off of because I'm not going to pull levels from over here just because it's so old. You know, this is 3 years ago. Now we might get key expected bounces off of some of these areas, but I'm really not. You know, I want to see, even if we do get a bounce off this area, I want to see it bounce, retest that area multiple times, and then I want to see it holding those areas. But right now, you know, this would have been a test. Like, let's see it hold this area multiple times. And look, it bounced, it retested, it bounced less, making new lower highs, it retested, it bounced, clearing that, and then failing. So now where is our next area that we want to see support at? So right now, CVS just still looks like poop, and I would expect this thing to continue heading lower, but these aren't buy or sell recommendations, okay? So yeah, I don't see a lot for CVS. What one trade I can see for CVS is if it popped back up into that 72 area. And you know what? This is what I'm gonna do, guys. I'm gonna create an alert. If it does pop up back into that $72 area for whatever reason today, I might take a tasty little short on that trade. So that's just what I'm looking at, and we are gonna see VKTX. I just gotta take a little peek at VKTX. That might stop me out today. We'll see. I want to make sure I give it a little bit of room anyway. Let's see the 5 minute. Oh, isn't that a beautiful thing? Ha! Well, we'll see. All right, guys, so we got the overall market. We have 2 minutes, 30 seconds till the overall market is popping off. So I'm going to bring up the SPY over here. We need DraftKings on this side because I told you this is my main watch is DraftKings, up over 15% in the pre-market. And then, of course, we need to take a look at JSPR. Sorry about that. Thank you for that BBI input. You're absolutely welcome, Keith. I appreciate you being so supportive. Also, have a hold on JSPR. Recently had insider buy and personally like that chart. So JSPR, so me for JSPR, it's got a lot of fighting to do. It's got to get through that $1.75 area in order for me to accept any type of long for that support. So this thing might pop off. It might get right back up into that 175, but then I would probably be looking for a short. Now, I don't know if my ideas line up with yours on that, Keith, but I do bid you good luck because I know that you are a pretty quick trader. You like to take profits when the profit gets going good. So good luck to you, Keith, and I do appreciate you bringing that up. So let's go ahead and bring up the SPY one more time and the QQQ. Muley, you're welcome, brother. Appreciate you being here. SPY looks like it's heading up 408.76. We're going to see if that 410 gets a good smacking into today. The QQQs, guys, we have less than 1 minute till market opens. Let's do this. Let's do this, baby. All right. 1 minute till market open. You guys know where your lines, you know where your levels are at. I hope you're ready to trade. To me, it looks like the QQQs are being supported on these bases. It makes me want to take a look at Tesla, take a look at a few other trades. Look at this Tesla. This Tesla is running right back up to those highs. Let's take a look at Netflix because I did like where Netflix was sitting. It looks like it's getting a quick ramp up right here into its highs. That looks pretty cool. Let's go ahead and look at... All right, we got 27 seconds, guys. We're going to go ahead and leave the SPY up right here. And we have our alerts up and ready. We have DraftKings ready for the 5-minute open. We have 15 seconds. I'd love to see a 410 squeeze upwards. Yes, sir. I would like to see that too, Blake. Let's hope that we can get it, and let's hope we can make some money. Baby, here we go. We got 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's get it, baby. It's market open with LoFiTrader. If you guys haven't already, if you love this content, make sure you hit that subscribe button because we are doing it, baby. And you know I love to do it because if we weren't doing it, we'd be in an alternate universe where things aren't what they are. But we have a quick pullback on DraftKings, 24.14. I'm fine with that. Get a little bit lower. Give me that range so that way I can see how we want to play this. So right now, if we zoom in on the 1 minute, we have the 1 minute range here on DraftKings. If we play the 1 minute range, we'd be using the 24.40 area for the breakout and the $24 area as our stop loss, but only after it broke out above. It looks like I am out of VKTX. We are out of VKTX. I didn't mention VKTX because I expected to be stopped out first thing this morning. It looks like DraftKings, huge breakdown right here in this area. That looks absolutely beautiful. That big flush right there. That's why we're not in it to win it, baby. We're waiting to see where our trading range is. DT mark is at or above. Let's take a look at DT since my alert just went off for that. DT looks like a nice little push up to the north side right there. There was a stock that I was playing before and it shooketh me out. If you can see, I played the earnings gap up here. We actually took a little bit of money out at this top and then stop out for break even. So we've actually made a little bit of money on that. DraftKings falling down. Good luck on that. Oh my goodness. So let's take a look at Apple, AAPL, and see what's going on there. Apple looks like it still wants to hold at these highs. Absolutely scrumptious for that as DraftKings ripping down now. 23.15. Wow, wow. What a beautiful move on DraftKings. Let's keep on looking for the overall expected moves because it doesn't look like DraftKings wants to give me my play today. As the SPY pushes up to 409.23, what a beautiful move the market as it pushes up to that 410 area just as we talked about. Let's see if we're going to see a little stutter, a little step, a little shake in that area if it wants to bring back down. Now it looks like DraftKings come all the way back down to that area that it gapped up to. With the overall market at 409.50, it looks like we are pushing up to that 410 just as we talked about. Let's look at the overall market. This is the QQQs. This is a nice little bounce off of that trend line that we created for you. Time to fill up on some coffee. What are you guys watching? If you want me to take a little peek again or it's something you need to let me know, because if not, I'm going to be doing my own trading, my own watching, my own looks. And my looks are good from time to time, but it wouldn't look good if I knocked over this coffee. So let me go ahead and scooch that to the side. All right. QQQ is at 318.84. I need to go. What is Lulu doing? I'm going to need to see what Lulu is doing. Oh, Lulu right here at its tops. Right here. Oh, I missed it. I should have had that on my alert, but it is A-okay. You're not going to catch them all, Lulu. Touching that top one more time. Now starting to fail. Heading to the south side, 384.23. Still playing inside of its range, though. Still plenty above that 10-day moving average. It looks like DraftKings may have found some support right there at that $23 area. It would be very interesting to see what the overall market wants to do with that. As HUBS, wow, I missed that gap up on earnings. Goodness gracious, but it looks like it would have stopped me out. That's A-okay. Let's look at IoT. IoT was another one that I was keeping an eye on. I'm just going to run through these guys. Don't need to bother you with all of them. Just want to see what the how the overall trend is happening. So it looks like HEAR is trying to hold that gap up. Let's see. OMI. This is a beautiful gap up for OMI. Let's see. Come on. Get to moving. Get to moving. If I get a little quiet or you hear a little, it's just because I need to stay focused. Fubo, F-U-B-O, Fubo TV had a nice little gap up on their earnings, gapping up against above a little bit, but how much was that gap up? 26%, that's not bad, but it is a penny stock. I'm not going to mess with that. Let's look at Billy. I'm sorry, this is BILL Holdings, not Billy. BILL Holdings looks like it had a nice gap up of 25%. It looks like it wants to hold these out. 5 minute. 5 minute chart looks good. Let's take a look at the 1 minute chart. It does look like it broke out of its 1 minute bar. It looks like a decent, but it's still below a 200-day moving average, so I can't play that. Let's see, OPEN looks like it is gapping up on the market open, but it is not breaking anything significant. So I'm not seeing anything too crazy in our gap ups on our earners, just because we're not seeing anything too crazy happen. Wow, Carvana. I would short Carvana, but I'm scared. Let's take a look. CVNA. Yeah, brother. So you're gonna see this. You're gonna see these guys. There's gonna be a lot of shorts, just like me. That's why I only took 100 shares. Now I'm not in it. But that's why I would only take a small share amount, because if you're actually shorting in these areas, they're gonna find the liquidity and they're gonna rip it through and they're gonna push it. There's market makers playing with this thing for sure. So yeah, if you want to short it, just make sure you have your stop loss set and you're using very, very small shares. So even if you just take one share, like, it's fun, right? It's fun. That's the whole reason why I'm here, man. It's just because this is fun. I love to see the market move. I love to see the emotions inside this market, and I love to see whether I was right or wrong, because at the end of the day you can go back and you can check everything and see how it works out. Okay, you can check to see, was I right here, was I wrong here, what can I do better the next time, and that's always fun to do. Let me get rid of that. Okay, DraftKings looks like it's popping back up now, but it looks like it's popping right back up into VWAP. So how's it going to act around VWAP? Because we had quite a bit of selling off there, a lot of profit taking in that area, which is to be expected, but is this thing wanting to break above? So let's act like that this is going to be our stop loss. Let's act like this here would be our area, $23, right? So now let's break above this. That's $24.40. So now we're talking $1.40 per share. So just to play things safe, I'm just going to say $100. We're going to say $100 or 100 shares, okay? Because then I know if it does stop me out, it's going to be less than $100, okay? So when do I get in? Well, I'll get in when this thing breaks this $24.39. All right. So what I can do is I can actually probably bring it up over here, DKNG, and I can go to my active trader. I can do on a template an OCO. I think that's what it is. And I can put my buy order in here. Let me zoom in here, guys. So I can put my buy order in right here. Let's see, buy DraftKings at limit 24.40. And then, nope, that's not what I want. We need to do with bracket. So we're gonna go ahead and put it right here to buy 100. And then we're gonna just use the stop. Actually, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna make this easy so I don't have any dead air. We're gonna go ahead and buy right here at 100 shares, and when it hits that area, once it breaks out, it's gonna alert me, it's gonna let us know, hey, I'm in 100 shares of DKNG. Let's take a look at BBAI. Yes, sir, BBAI is pushing a little bit off that uptrend that we drew this morning for you guys. It's looking good, but do keep in mind, I still think this has a lot of time. It does have a lot of time, and oh, it does look like it's getting some volume in there too. That's really nice. So that's really, really nice. I like to see that. A few other stocks I need to look at. ON. Oh my gosh, this thing is still pushing. ON still pushing to the north side. You know, this thing shook me out. I've been getting shaken out a lot, and I think it's because I've started to oversize. I think that's my biggest issue. Keith, BBA pushing up good so far. Yes, sir. It does look really, really good for that stock right now. Yeah, Lulu is still failing from that peak. We're going to see if it wants to hold that 10-day moving average. That might be really, really nice for the overall stock. I want to look at our tech though. That's my biggest thing. So let's bring up the QQQs. It looks like QQQs are trying to hold out of this top. Let's take a look at the SPY. S&P 500 does look like it's trying to hold out 409.50 still. It's just kind of squeaking by there. Let's take a look at VVI. Nothing. All right, let's run through this. So the SPY at 409.51. We have the Qs at 318.95, making new highs for the day. We have IWM looking like it's creating a pennant in this area. Now, is this a bull pennant? It does look like a bull pennant because it's coming up off of the lows, creating that pennant, but it looks like it's running right into that downward trend line that I talked to you guys about this morning. So is it going to be able to break through this downtrending line, or are we going to see another pullback? Next up is the NASDAQ 100. The NASDAQ 100 had a nice gap up this morning. Is going to be able to hold true to its gap up, hold some of those gains. We're going to have to see very, very soon. As the SPY traveling higher now at 409.83. We're going to see this thing push. If we're going to see it push, we want to see it push through 410 because that 410 seems to be a key area. Right now we have the Dixie, the dollar, the US dollar is still just trading kind of sideways. We had a nice little gap up first thing this morning at 101.63 as the volatility index is falling down here at $18. Or I'm sorry, at 18. Looks like Netflix, wow, look at that big sell-off there. Right at those peaks, coming right back down. We need to zoom out to the hourly. What am I doing on the 1 minute? Goodness gracious. So it looks like Netflix is following this downward trend line on this hourly. So if I draw this trend line out for you, it looks kind of like this, okay? And it looks like it smacked right into it, and it looks like it's failing. But if it comes back down and retest 315, that might be a good sign for a buy. Microsoft looks like it did do a nice little fail, pop right back up, now just trading sideways through here. AMZN, did it get down to 100 yet? No, but it is trading at 104.08, 104.10 now. Now it looks like the SPY back up there at 409.94, guys, right there. It squeezed upward to that 410. Now, are we going to start seeing a big pullback here for the overall market? We're also seeing the QQQs come right up into an area of resistance from the pre-market. Now, this isn't a heavy area of resistance, but it is an area of resistance. So what are we going to see with the overall market? Are we going to see a continued flush, or are we going to see it continue to go higher? Either way, we're kind of just trading in the middle. Meta broke down here, 230.98. We need to be careful with Meta breaking down in this area. There's a big gap that could be filled in this area. Now, wow, Meta, wow. Let me just go ahead and zoom in on the 5 minute here. Breaking that area, that might be a great area to continue for a continuation on the short, but I'd have to see it retest. It would need to pop up and then retest this area to show that it's weak at 232. So can we get that bounce back up to that 232 area before failing further? I want to look at NVDA because I missed a lot of great opportunities to short on NVDA, cancel myself out quite a few times. Now, if it comes back up to this 280 area, which it looks like it's coming close to it, that might be the area for the short if you are bearish on the overall market. If you are bearish on the overall market, that might be the actual area that you'd want to take. But with the overall market the way it's looking, if we can rip through that 410, if the QQQs can hold up as well, maybe NVIDIA takes off even higher. Maybe we see AAPL continue to hold up in these areas, continuing higher as it is. Maybe we see a lot of this market showing its strength and its true colors to the north side. So that would be absolutely scrumptious, as Tesla looked like it held that area down there, breaking out, making new highs right now as of this month. Okay, so new highs as of this month at 166.36. You love to see it. Now, guess what I just got into? DKNG, baby. I am in DKNG, and we're going to see, does the overall market want to keep ripping to the north side? So I'm in 100 shares of DraftKings. So I waited this whole time, guys. I would not panic buy or panic sell or panic whatever. I had my plays. I even told you exactly how I would play it, and here we are. We are in the trade. Now, this might take weeks to play out, and I really hope that it does. I hope that it does take weeks to play out, because if this thing takes weeks to play out, that means that I'm still in the stock. Now, this thing could just completely crash. It might completely fail here, and it might head on lower. Well, I can tell you this. I'm only going to do one extra thing in this, and that's add about 40 shares when it gets down here to VWAP. If it wants to come back down to VWAP for me, I might add in a few more shares, okay? But I want to wait for at least then. And why do I say it? Because this isn't an even $100 loss. If I were to get out at 23.03, it wouldn't be that even $100 loss. So I have a little bit of room so I can add into this market. As Tesla continues to rip to the north side, that looks absolutely great. Apple holding up 173.18. Google looks like it's the only one that's not really doing so hot, and I'm definitely got that on my radar. If Google does not want to look good while the overall market is trying to look good, then we don't want any part of Google, and actually we'll probably look for the shorts in that. So DraftKings, we're in it to win it, baby. We're going to see if it wants to do what it wants to do, as NVIDIA looked like it pushed all the way up to that 279.69 area, not getting all the way up to that 280 where I said I would want to take a short, but it is up there right now. We're going to see if it wants to continue to push higher. As Tesla, wow, what a mover. Oh, one thing I need to look at is Riot. So Riot, if we look at Bitcoin, guys, it's one thing I haven't went over is Bitcoin. Let's go ahead and bring that up for you. All right, so Bitcoin right here, to me, looks like it's curling. So look, it pushed up into this area of resistance, and it came back down. People were panicking. It came back up now right underneath this area of VWAP. This is the volume weighted average price, the anchored VWAP from its top. If it can hold this anchored VWAP, and it can push up through this anchored VWAP, I would say, guys, that this thing is going to rip city to the north side. So I really like the looks of this. And so for me to play this, what I like to do is I like to play Riot. So right now, Riot does look like it's in an area of resistance because of this downtrend, but it's only going to be playing in this area. So I'd like to find an area to buy up Riot in this. I'd like to see Riot take off to the north side if it can. So right here is that area that I said that I wanted to add into, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add in 20 more shares of this stock. I'm going to go ahead and try and join the bid. But before I do, what is the spread? The spread's only 2 cents. So I'm going to go ahead and try and join the bid here off of this VWAP area, and it got me in. All right, so now I can set my stop loss. I have 120 shares of this, so I go ahead and type in 120, and then I'm just going to scroll right on down on my active trader, and I set my stop loss right here just below this 23. I'm going to go ahead and set it at 22.97. So that way, okay, there we go. And so that way, now if I walk away from my computer, guys, I don't have to worry about a thing. If I walk away from my computer right now, I don't have to worry about anything. I have my stop loss set. I know how much I want to make. I know how much I'm willing to lose. I have nothing to worry about now, guys. Now I can walk away from my computer happy-go-lucky, knowing that we have a trade put on and I have nothing to worry about except for to come back and reap the gains. So we're going to see if we do reap the gains on that one as we wait to see what Riot wants to do here, because look at this pennant that's formed, guys. This is a really nice pennant. I really, really like this. And this is actually, I was looking at this last night, and this is what got me to look at Bitcoin. This is exactly the reason why I said, wow, if Riot is forming a pennant like this, I need to see what Bitcoin looks like. So I brought up Bitcoin. I was taking a peek-a-gander at it, and I thought, wow, this looks absolutely beautiful. Sitting right underneath this area, this VWAP area, right back into this area of resistance. Now trading within it, getting tighter and tighter and tighter. So I really like the way this looks. I really like the way Riot looks, and I might take a tasty little trade on Riot if we can get this thing to break out. But even if it gave me a couple extra days, that'd be fine too. I am going to go ahead and bring this down here so I can be alerted. Down here a little bit more, right there. And we're going to see. We're going to see what actually wants to come of this. We're going to see if we can make some money. BAOS is fun to watch. Let's take a look at BAOS. BAOS, it looks like we got a nice little mover here. It looks like we're on its 5th day of movement on this stock. It looks pretty volatile. If we zoom out here, we can get a better idea. You can see that this thing is a pump and dump. This thing popped up way up here, 42.89. Wow, what a big mover. Went right back down, popped up again, 25. Went back down, and now we're seeing another nice little pop here. So what are we expecting this thing to do? Well, I just see resistance overhead, lots of resistance overhead. So I don't expect this thing to really, go very far. And I doubt that it won't allow me to short anything this speculative, unfortunately, or this might be something I would like to take a short in. So let's just act like I did, just because we've already got a trade in here. We're up about 25 bucks on our DraftKings right now, guys. Absolutely love it. But I just like to mark these out just to make sure I still got it, right? Because I have a lot of friends that play these, and oh, here we go, guys. It looks like DraftKings, it almost tried to make a new high right there. 2465 is the price to beat. It looked like DraftKings came right up to the top there. It really tried to push up higher, and then got smacked down. Whack! Right back down. So A-okay. So let's see BAOS. It looks like this is just another dead cat bounce for it. We see a huge bounce, pop, drop, pop, drop, pop, drop, and now we're getting this nice little bounce, a little higher than expected, and we're going to see if this thing's going to fail all the way back down to $6. So that would be my speculative outlook on that BAOS. Not that you asked, Keith, but since I had to look it up, you know I'm a big talker. I'm a fan of filling my chin full of coffee to the brim, if you will. And that's some good coffee. If you guys want to know the coffee that I'm drinking today, it is from SillySipsCoffee.com. If you go to SillySipsCoffee.com, you can earn $3 off right now off of all your coffee. And don't forget, 10% of all the proceeds will be donated to the Child Mind Institute. If you know or have anyone in your family that needs to have a little chit chat with, just know that sometimes kids just need to know that you care. Okay, so SillySips.com, veteran-owned and delicious coffee. I'm drinking the elated Ethiopian. With every sip comes a smile, so make sure you order yours today, guys. Now, what we are looking at, guys, is DraftKings. I looked at DraftKings. I've been talking about DraftKings. I didn't like seeing this big of a pullback, but when you get a 15% banger of a gap up on earnings, you're going to see people taking some profits out. So I played a 1 minute range break. Actually, I played the 5 minute range break, to be very honest. This was our 5 minute range. Okay, we have a range right here. When it broke out of this area, this is where we got in at. Okay, so I'll mark this so it's green for you, so you know exactly where we got in, and then where we are expecting to get out is this low. So we have an area, a range of, let me go ahead and smack my lips. This range is 5.86%. The average movement on this stock is 4.2%. Okay, which means this has already moved more than its average daily range, okay, which obviously it has because it's up 15%. But I'm talking about just today, just this morning, it's already pulled back more than its range usually is. So now our stop loss is actually wider than what the range usually is in a day. So that actually gives me a little bit more comfortability knowing that I can hold this over the weekend if it wants to keep me in this stock. Now, things can change very, very quickly in the market. We could be in this thing and then in 5 minutes we get some bad news bears in the market. Yeah, I said it. Right there's that 410 that we're talking about, guys. Right now, it went up to 410.33, and we are starting to get that pullback now, just as we talked about in our pre-market prep. So I hope if y'all are still with me, you can see exactly why we do these pre-market preps. We have a better understanding of what's going on in this overall market. So right here it is, guys. Right there is that 410. This is exactly what we called out. This is exactly what you love to see. Guys, you love to see the market moving in a very specific manner. That specific manner means it's holding key areas out of support and resistance. If you can find those levels, we can make money off those levels. Now, DraftKings trading at 24.72, looking hopeful, breaking new highs. Guys, new highs for DraftKings, 24.79 is its new highs. We're up about $44 on this trade, which is absolutely nothing compared to what we want to make on this overall trade. So we're going to see, does this thing want to continue to push higher, or maybe this thing just fails, comes all the way down and stops us out for around a $100 loss. So we will see what actually is going to happen. Now, the QQQs are still pushing at 319.39. I think the QQQs, their area of resistance is that 320.50 area. So if we can get up to that 320.50 area, Key says it's garbage for sure. Yeah, BAOS, it's garbage for sure. But yeah, like you said, it is fun to watch because it is a mover. And we're definitely going to keep an eye on it, especially because I made a little mark on it. I want to see if I was right or if I was wrong, because that's half the fun is speculating. The other half is seeing if you're right or wrong. And then, of course, figuring out why you were wrong is the best part about it. So yeah, Keith, I appreciate you being with me most of the day today. It's I'm having fun with you, brother. So DraftKings looks fantastic, brother. Thank you, Keith. I do appreciate that. Yeah, it's looking good so far, but you know, I've played these so much, I don't get excited for them anymore. I don't. I really don't. I just get in and I hope, I hold, and I don't want to say hope because I have a game plan, I have discipline, but we're always hoping that your trade works out, right? So I don't know why people are so weird around that word. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm weird. I'm weird. I don't like saying hope, but right there, IWM, just as we marked out for you guys, goodness gracious, this is clockwork, baby. This is clockwork. Now, if you zoom out on the 5 minute, you can see the downtrend. You can see the resistance. That's a double area of resistance. I've drew it out for you on the daily. I've drew it out for you right here on the 5 minute. And you can see we smacked right into my downtrend line at 174.13. And now it's falling lower at 173.30. Will the IWM hold new higher lows, or are we going right back down to test that 170 area? That is the real question for the overall IWM. Now let's look at the NASDAQ, up about 1% right now, trading at 131.10, 13,109 right now. The Dow Jones Industrial is also up a little over 0.5%. It looks like the dollar is up also 0.04% as the volatility index is trading around 18. Now for Netflix, it looks like we bounced. We created a new higher low. And are we going to break out above that downward trend line? That would be absolutely beautiful. But right now we're just trading sideways. I want to see this thing break out. I want to see it get higher because I know the way Netflix ran the last time. If it can run like that again, I want to be a part of that trade. So let's keep on keeping on. Microsoft just trading sideways now, looking absolutely scrumptious. I do love seeing when you have these big tech stocks just trading sideways, these big boats, right? They're just trading sideways. I'm hoping for the accumulation. I'm hoping that the overall market wants to continue higher. If it does, well then so be it. Then we will be a part of that, right? Because we want to see our 401ks, our Roth IRAs, all of our long-term investments heading to the north side. I like opening up my financial account and seeing that we're making money while I'm making money, right, guys? That's the end goal. Now let's look at Meta. We didn't get that pop back up, I don't think. If we did, I missed my opportunity to short. But here we are on Meta. It looks like it's not really showing too much. It's looking pretty weak here, but when I say it's looking weak here and then we come back and we zoom out and we look at the daily, you can see this thing is so strong. It's so far above its 10, 20, and 30-day moving average, not to mention, I'm not even seeing a 200-day moving average on this thing. Geez, it's so far above. We can expect these pullbacks. So it's looking weak, but where is it going to catch hold? That's the real question. Now, DraftKings is up there, right up here at 24.92. It just hit, guys. So remember, this right here, if we zoom back out on the daily, what is this next line? It's running right into this next line. This next line is another area of resistance for DraftKings because it is a high. If it breaks through this, guys, I think DraftKings is going to rip City to the north side, but we're going to need some time. So we're up about $62 on this trade. This is nothing compared to the gains that I want to see, though, okay? So it's looking great. It's looking fantastic, and I'm really happy with this overall trade so far. But this is not why I'm here. This is not why I'm here. I am here for a trade that is supposed to hold for weeks, for hopefully weeks, because I want to hold on to this thing until it breaks the 10-day moving average. So let's keep on keeping on DraftKings. I want to see more money out of this market, up right now around $65. Let's see what else we got going on for NVDA. So NVDA looks like it's right there at its highs, right there at the 280s where I said I wanted to take a short, and it looks like it's still going pretty strong. So if NVDA wants to break out from this area, I'd love to see it break through, come back, and retest this 280. If it wants to do that, we might see an amazing trade, ladies and gentlemen. I would love to do it here for you live on air to show you just how I like to do it. So I'm glad you're with me, and if you are just joining us, I am Dave. This is LoFiTrader. If you didn't know, now you know, baby. And if you want to, go ahead and take a little peeky gander at my screen. I know most of you have already done this, but we got to go through it. This is called self-preservation, baby. I'm gonna need to make sure that you are caught up on the chat. Smack that live button so it brings you right up to where we're at. We also have a poll. We only have 11 votes right now. Goodness gracious, that's time to get those numbers up. So make sure that you vote on the poll. Will big tech hold up? Yes or no? It's pretty simple. You just go ahead and click. Then scroll down, smash that like button, make sure it's lit up for me, and of course, hit that subscribe button. If I'm doing my job and I am, well, yeah, how about just hit that subscribe if I'm doing my job, baby? If this is my job, it doesn't feel like a job because I love to do this, and I'm just glad that you're here with me today. So thank you for being with me, and I want you to be here for me just as much as I want to be here for you. So let's go ahead and run through it because NVIDIA, goodness gracious, looks like it's doing great up in this area, but is it going to smack into some resistance before heading higher? It looks like DraftKings is running right through. Can we get above that psychological $25 though? That's what I want to see. Can we get above $25 right at $24.99? Come on, DraftKings. Can we do it? I would love to see it break it. Come on, baby. Drum roll, please. Nope, it's just hanging out there. $24.90. Bam! $25. All right, let's see. Now, can we get up higher? Let's go, baby. $25 is the psychological area. I'm glad that we hit it, but now we're going to see it stutter. Now we're going to see it shake. We're going to see if it wants to hold on. Let's see Meta. So Meta, wow, look at this. Is this going to form a nice double bottom here? No, it doesn't look like a double bottom just yet. But wow, what a big sell-off for Meta. Is it going to bounce off this 10-day moving average? Now, we know we have seen multiple times this thing hold its 10-day moving average. So we know that we can expect to see a little something. And now it does really, I'm not going to lie, guys, it does really make me want to just buy these up right here. Buy. That's something that I would love to do, and I would love to see Meta bouncing off this 10-day moving average. But in order to do that, I would have to risk all the way down here to 229. So if I wanted to do that, if I wanted to buy in here and I wanted to risk that, I'm going to give it a little bit more time, guys. I think, wow, 25.14, so we just got another pop right there for DraftKings. Now at 25.18. We're going to see if this thing wants to continue to hold. We're up about $90 on this DraftKings trade. Looking good, but you never want to get too excited because you know, just as I do, that sometimes you can have a quick change in direction. So we're going to go ahead and look at some other stocks to help divert our attention from DraftKings, from the trade at hand. NVIDIA looks like it's still wanting to push higher, breaking all that area of resistance. Can we get a pullback? Can we get a tasty pullback for a nice little buy? Tesla still rip roaring to the north side, looking absolutely amazing. You love to see it, but well below a 200-day moving average. It's got a lot of proven to do on my end. Apple still holding up in those areas at 173.20. We have Google. Good old Google. Google's still falling down to the south side. It's starting to look like a big drip here. This thing might have a big sell-off coming soon. Now, these aren't buy or sell recommendations, but I'm just seeing it how I see it. I'm not too happy to see Google just kind of like lingering around. Now, this is an area of support, so we would like to see this support actually hold so it can rip more to the north side. Goodness, DraftKings is just looking so strong. We can't get a pullback just yet, which is A-okay. Obviously, when you're in it, you don't want to see a pullback. You want to see it go straight up. All right, Microsoft back up here into this downtrending line, guys. Now, can it break up? And can it go higher from this area? Excuse me, my throat's getting a little sore here. Let's go ahead and draw this downtrend line out really quick, okay? So here's the downtrend line. Now, if we zoom in on the 5-minute, you can get a better understanding of really what's going on here. Let's get rid of this active trader, okay? And you can see right here, right in this downward trend line, okay? This would be the area that we'd want to take a short. Now, I could take this short, but we would only want to be in this for a very short time, right? And just as I go to do that, it rips up above that, right? One thing I do want to say out loud right now is that I have my best trades happen after lunch. My best trades happen after lunch. So that being said, when I'm looking at this and I want to take, you know, I need to understand that my best trades are after lunch. So we're going to see what happens right now for this. I might have to get in just a few shares just to see what's happening, just because I love playing these technical areas and then just start trusting more in my technical areas. So now it's clearing, just trying to clear this area. Maybe we just take a small short right here, guys. Just a small 20 shares short in this area. I'd like to join the ask on this one if you'll get me in. And there we go. We got 20 shares short on this, guys. And I would like to figure out how to make this bracket order. But I'll just do it by hand. So we're going to go ahead and just hold on to this. We're going to keep this up on the trade and we'll see what's happening with it. I need to take a look at a few other things though. VKTX, that one I lost a little bit of money on this morning, which is to be expected. It's looking strong. It's still wanting to head higher. It's looking good. VKTX is, so good for you, VKTX. Not too happy with it. Not too happy with the trade. Try to enter a few times when I probably shouldn't have, but it's A-okay. We're going to learn from those trades. Now, NVDA does look like it wanting to have that pullback. We are getting that pullback for Microsoft, so maybe we get that pullback for NVDA as well. That would be absolutely a beautiful trade to see happen. But we are already shorting in one area. We're up about $4.62 on that trade so far, and we're going to see if we can keep on keeping on. Or is the overall market going to surprise us with that strength, and is it going to rip City to the north side? It'd be very interesting if it does. AMZN trading at 103.98. Meta still breaking down here at 230.17. NVIDIA does look like it's trying to roll over here on the 5-minute. And I wouldn't be surprised if DraftKings doesn't roll over here. You know, it would not surprise me at all, just because everything else looks like it's going to roll over. If everything else starts rolling over, nobody's going to believe in DraftKings. So we're going to have to see these things line up here, guys, in order for it to work out. So if everything starts to roll over, then we're going to want to be out of it. Well, we're not going to be out of it. We're going to let our stop take care of the stop. But, you know. All right, so it looks like Microsoft is still trying to push up to the north side, which is absolutely beautiful for the overall market. Don't get me wrong. We are 20 shares short. We're down about $3, down about $5. Wow, that's a nice little push there for Microsoft. What a beautiful little push. So we're going to see if we can't... let's take a look. Wow, DraftKings is pushing back up. Wow, this market's starting to look strong, guys. You can't deny the market. It is starting to look a little strong, especially when you get in just something small like this and you see it rip right away. Right when things should start rolling over, the market says, hold my juice box, because it is time to squeeze. So we got out of that for a small $4 loss. That's A-okay. That's not what we're looking for, guys. We're looking for the bigger expected move, and it looks like we are not getting that right now. So if it wants to take off, I'm fine with it. Let's go. Let's rip to the north side. Take my my DraftKings up with it. I'll take small losses for the bigger wins, baby. So let's go. We're up about $86 on that trade. We're down about $4 on Microsoft, which that's what you want. Small losses, big wins. So let's go. Let's keep on keeping on. So NVIDIA still wicking off at this top. Still wicking off. I still believe in the pullback. But we don't want to get caught off sides here, guys. So taking my time, making my way down south. Tesla pushing back up 166.83 as DraftKings still pushing back up there as well. Apple trading at 173.30. Wow, what an absolutely beautiful market. Let's make sure we're caught up on the chat. Okay, everybody's all caught up. We're good. We're good to go. We're going to keep on keeping on as Google bounces back up into this VWAP area. We're going to see, does Google want to actually make a move here or not? Riot. What's Riot doing? We need to take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin's not doing a whole lot right here, but we are looking at the daily. We can look at the 5-minute and take a little peeky gander. It looked like it had a nice little push this morning. Bitcoin did on some volume, so we're going to see if it wants to hold those gains. If it wants to hold those gains and head on higher, then I want to be a part of Riot because I think it would be a riot. So, yeah, DraftKings is just doing its best now to stay up in that, over that $25 area. So we're going to see if it wants to. Riot looks like it's trying to give a nice little push right here. I wonder if I got any alerts. Let me just check my phone for the alerts, guys. Riot is at, yeah, so I did get Riot. Riot did pop up above that area. So I just got it set one more time. Yeah, if Riot starts getting some volume here, it might be very, very interesting. I'd like to see it take off. But, you know, I'm just really, really happy right now with DraftKings because in this area of where it's at right now, actually, let me bring it up on this for you guys, DKNG, so you can understand what I'm talking about. So if we zoom all the way out here on the daily, this is going to show us where the actual price level is. And if we zoom in on this area, so the green mark is where the price is actually trading right now. Okay, so you see this area, this is the sell-off area I was talking about, okay? This was the VWAP area at $23.75, and then right here at this $25 area was gonna be its sell-off area. So as long as it's staying above that $25 on DKNG, I really like it. I really do like DKNG as long as it stays holding above that area. So far, so good for DKNG. We want to see this thing doing its best above that $25. If not, I'm not going to hold my breath, guys. I'm not going to hold my breath. I got my stop loss set, so I don't have to worry about much of anything at all. You know, one thing I do want to look up is TOP. This TOP, man, wow, what a crazy mover this TOP has been. If you guys like those low floats, those very volatile movers, well, you just look at TOP and you can see that this is definitely a volatile mover. If you want to see something that can rip your face off, this can do that. This thing is moving like crazy. 87% in one day is how fast this thing can move. So this thing is just rip city, very, very volatile. But it does have a range of like 30 cents. So if you get in this, make sure you're getting in on where you want and not where somebody else wants you to get in. Right now, the new highs for the DraftKings is 25.24, and it looks like we're getting ready to try and push above that. Absolutely beautiful for the overall DraftKings trade. So I want to go through the market and see where we are sitting at right now and see if there's any trades that need to be taken. Oh my goodness, it looks like the SPY is now trading above 410. Looks like we're at 410.74. So the overall market is doing its absolute best to hold up in these areas. You know you'll love to see it, especially if you have a Roth IRA, a 401k, or any type of long-term investment. You want to see these markets holding up. As Tesla, just trading sideways now at 166.44, had a beautiful push this morning, now trading above its VWAP, just holding out in this area. That's really, really nice for the overall market if we can get Tesla to turn around. Now the QQQ is on a rip roar to that 320 area that I talked to you about earlier. Why is it going up to that area? What is pushing this market up higher? As the IWM is still having a nice little pullback and the NASDAQ is still rushing to the north side, now trading at 131.56. The Dow Jones Industrial also ripping up to the north side. Will it get back up to that resistance? The Dixie just trading sideways, 101.57. The VIX is still lower. It's still going lower. DraftKings made a new high at 25.34, so we're still making money, baby. That's what we do. It looks like Netflix just hit my alert. We need to keep a good eye on Netflix here because it is rip-roaring. If it breaks this trend line, which it really looks like it is trying to break that trend line, if it can get up any higher than this, ladies and gentlemen, I might have to take this trade because last time I seen Netflix get up into this area, it would not stop. It did not slow down. It just took off like crazy. And I would love to be a part of that if it wants to make moves in this area once again. And it does look like it has a nice little curl here. It has a nice bottom at 315.59 that it's held, but now trading at 323.47. My fight when it comes to areas like this is, hey, am I going to hold this thing if it doesn't follow through? And my answer to that would be no. So when I do that, I need to take the area of breakout with only using small share size. Because if it does come back, if it does pull back, I'm going to get out. But if it does push back higher, I'm going to get back in again. Okay, I will be in and out of this position multiple times with low share size to get a good foothold on Netflix if it does start to break through. So I'm going to go ahead and put my alert on here one more time. So if it does get back up here, we can come back and say hello. Microsoft is breaking above that trend line again. That is awesome. So guys, if you remember right when it was here, I tried to short this thing, right? I lost $4 trying to short this, and now this thing wants to rip higher. That's absolutely beautiful for the overall market if it doesn't want to break down in key areas that it wants to break down in. If it wants to rip up and get higher through those areas, that's going to look good for the overall market. So we can see that Microsoft's definitely holding it up. Amazon's holding it up. It looks like Netflix is holding it up. NVDA, let's take a look at NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, wow, another push for NVIDIA, pushing up even higher. Is it going to pull back and give me that retest before it takes off? I would love to see a retest in NVIDIA. We're going to go ahead and create an alert for at or below this area of 281. Guys, if you're looking at something that I'm not, just throw it up in the chat. We'll take a little peeky gander for you. It looks like AAPL, delicious and nutritious, trading at 173.43. Let's take a look at Riot breaking back down. Let's take a look at Snap. Yeah, I think I'm done watching Snap. This thing really ripped to the north. Wow, SMH, what happened here, guys? Maybe AMD is what smacked the SMH down. No, there's something really... That's got to be a reverse split, right? Let me see. That's got to be a reverse split. Let's see. Is it a financial split? I'm going to have to look into that. I was not expecting to see that today, guys. SMH trading down here at 123. Let's take a look at AMD really quick. So AMD, I know that we fell on earnings, but it looked like it got bought up pretty quick, still holding above a 200-day moving average. So that looks good. So let me just go ahead and, so Apple's doing the best, holding up over 4.6%, as Tesla's trailing behind at 3.3%. Then we have XOM. So XOM is your ExxonMobil. So this ExxonMobil is coming right back into that 110 area, which is looking like an area of resistance. So keep that in mind. Then we have NVIDIA. So NVIDIA does look like it's trying to ramp up. It's trying to do a little boot, scoot, and boogie above this area, which would be absolutely beautiful if it can continue higher. But like I said, I need a retest. It needs to prove to me that this area that it just broke through is a key area of support. So come back down, retest, show me that you're still strong, and I might follow along. IWM, just like we have drawn out, it's doing exactly that. Yes, we drew that out before it actually touched. This isn't games, this isn't trickery, this is called technical analysis. And if you like it, if you can get behind technical analysis, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, because that's what I do. I'm Dave, I'm with LoFiTrader, and we just need your support, because I want to be here for you just as much as I want you to be here for me. So we're going to run through this, guys. and make sure we have an idea of what's going on. So the SPY is still wanting to push at that 410. If it gets to that 411, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Watch out, ladies and gentlemen, because I think this market might have another push in it as the QQQ is finally reaching that 320 area. Now, I've told you this 320 area, I'm expecting a pullback in, but we're seeing a lot of things very surprising happen as the Dow Jones Industrial is running into resistance. It looks like the NASDAQ is about to run into resistance. It looks like Netflix is also running into some resistance. The question is it going to be able to break through that resistance this time, or is it going to fail? So it looks like this is a better area for a short for Microsoft because we've seen it test 1, 2, 3 different times. So is this going to be the better short area for Microsoft, especially if we're seeing some conviction across the board? So if we see the QQQ running into a 320 area, if we look at Tesla looking like it's wanting to roll over, AMZN, it looks like we're coming into an area of resistance. All of these things tell me that we might get a nice little failure response from Microsoft, from Amazon, from all these spots. So maybe I take a nice little short in this area one more time and we try and earn back that $4 that we lost. So that would be very interesting to see. Maybe we take something small. We're going to wait this out just a few more minutes. We're going to see if it wants to pop up. Just pop up, hit my alert. Let me know that it's time to short this thing, baby. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's already there. Maybe it wants to roll over now. Let's zoom in on the 5 minute, take a little better peeky gander at it. Yeah, it does look like it's starting to roll over from that area. Let's zoom in on the 1 minute, get an even better idea. Oh yeah, baby. That does look like it's starting to roll over. So maybe we just take in something small and we see if we can't short this thing just for a short period of time. We don't want to do anything too crazy. We're going to go ahead and throw a 25 on here so we can exit out of the trade as it comes down. And we're going to go ahead and bam, we're going to join the bid. We're going to take a quarter out right there. All right, we have 3/4 of the share of this trade left. We're going to go ahead and let it ride for just a few minutes. Let's take a little peeky gander. Let's just ride for a few more minutes here. All right, there's another flush. I'm going to take another piece out. So we are half out of this trade. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it doesn't want to get me out. We'll see. Come on. See if it wants to get me another piece out. Maybe it doesn't. I got my bid out there. We'll see. Maybe it holds off in this area. It starts taking off. Let's see. All right. Come on, baby. This is what we're looking at here, guys. We're just trying to get another piece off. I shorted right up here in this area. So we're going to see if it wants to flush down, if it wants to go through. We already taken a very small piece off. We're going to see if it wants to get me out another piece on that flush or if it wants to continue to head higher. So we're going to see if that's what it wants to do. In this area now, it looks like it wants to start to push back up to the north side. We're going to go ahead and set the stop loss right up there at the peak. So that way, if it does push up too high, we take a small loss. We're going to see. What does it want to do in this area? And while we're doing that, we can take a look at DKNG. Yes, Donkey Kong, DKNG. Which I think is a great name, by the way. Oh, look at that. It came back down and retested this $25 area. That's nice to see, guys. It's nice to see things come back down, retest, show that it's strong, it gets soaked back up, and maybe it heads on higher. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it breaks right on down. Maybe we come down and we play around in this 24 area for a little bit. Either way, we are going to be here to see it happen. As Microsoft looking to see it curl over here, to roll over, because on the daily we can see that most of the time it's came up into this area. We have had quick and successful sell-off. So we're trying to play that exact same range trade right there to see if we can get that sell-off one more time. So we're not in it for a long time, we're in it for a good time. We're going to see if that's what wants to happen. Because if this thing wants to break down from here and wants to head lower, maybe come down and test VWAP, that'd be a nice trade. If this thing doesn't want to and wants to continue to head higher, that's a-okay. It can go ahead and knock me out of this trade for a very small loss. And we're going to see if that's what it wants to do here today. Are we going to print some tendies? Are we going to eat some delicious yummies? Or are we going to starve for the day? day, because you know I don't eat unless I make money. That'd be crazy, right? That'd be a crazy way to go. Like, yeah, man, this guy on YouTube, he doesn't eat the whole. He only eats when he trades. He's gonna pull it. Yeah, no, we would have to call it something like feast or famine, or you too, Mama. Have a good day. Take care. We'll see you on the next one. And there we go. I think we're gonna take another piece off right here. We're gonna take another quarter off. Oh, and of course, it's gonna go ahead and head back up right there. We're gonna go out. We'll go ahead and do that, and we'll move it down. Oh, it got me out. Okay, so we have 50 more shares of the Microsoft trade. Half of our trade has already been extinguished. We've already got paid into, so that way we can at least try and make a little money if it goes against us, or it'll at least damper the blow when it goes completely against us and stops us out. We won't lose nearly as much money. So there we go. It looks like it does want to soak up in that area, that 307.90, but I'm just holding out because I am expecting this thing to at least come down to this 305. So we're going to see, is that what wants to happen for this overall trade today, or are we going to see this thing rip city to the north side, because that would be a-okay too. We got the QQQ right at that 350. We are getting that pullback. Let's look at NVDA. It does look like NVIDIA is starting to get a little bit of a pullback there. Let's go ahead and look at the SPY. The SPY does look like it is rolling back a little bit. So we have all these trades, DKNG. So we have all these trades, and they are showing that they all want to kind of roll over here. How far? Who knows? But I am going to keep and continue to hold out onto this trade. Let's take a look at Apple. Apple also looks like it's rolling over. So we're going to at least play these to VWAP. We're going to see if VWAP's the correct way to do this. And we're going to see, wow, Riot's back up there. AMZN. So it looks like we got all of our main stocks. Oh, what about Disney? How's Disney doing? Let's see here. Disney's got earnings coming out too, guys, on the 10th, so make sure you're careful with that. But I did talk about the bounce this morning off this area. We talked about it. Mama asked, and we gave her a quick response on Disney looking pretty strong, trying to hold out on these areas. Coming back to Microsoft, so it looks like we're still holding on to this last half of these shares. We're holding on for a good time, not a long time. So it looks like Riot is back up in that mark. So I don't want to get caught offside. So MSoft is going to go over here, and we're going to bring up Riot over here. And we need to take a little look at, oh yeah, it does look like it's wanting to. It wants to break out here, ladies and gentlemen. It really does want to break out here. So we're going to keep a close eye on it, because if it does, I'm probably going to want to be a part of that. The last time it did this, it was absolutely beautiful to the north side, and I do like the way it's playing. I do like how tight it is. So let's say if this thing breaks out above this area we want in. So we'll see. Let me just set one more alert. One more alert. Sometimes it's the best way to do it, guys. All right, Microsoft, it's still lingering around like a smelly fart right up here in these areas. Is it going to hold out, or is it going to fail? Well, history says the last time it's been in this area that it should fail. Look at this. 1, 2. This will be its third time in this area, fourth, fifth time in this area, showing that it might want to fail. But it doesn't look like it wants to right now for us. So we might just have to scale out of this trade and get out of here if it breaks this high. Maybe not scale out, but we'll completely exit the trade if it gets up here and stops us out of these 50 shares. The last 50 shares at these highs. So bada bing, bada boom, we have our stop loss set. Now I don't have to worry about the trade, and I can go back here and take a look at DKNG. So let's take a look at DKNG. It looks like it's just finding its area of support and resistance. We're going to see it did create a double bottom here at 24.82. It doesn't know whether it wants to hold and head higher yet or just not. I don't even know what I'm saying right now. My tongue is getting big and I don't know how to talk. So if you guys are looking at something that I am not seeing just yet, you need to let me know. Let me know in the chat. I would love to know. I'd love to hear you out. I'd love to make a trade, but I'm only going to make a trade if it is in my wheelhouse. Some things are not in my wheelhouse, and that's a-okay. Looks like Tesla's starting to pull back now. Every time it's pulled back, it's got a nice little soak, holding above that VWAP area, trading at 166.51 for Tesla, 156.52 for Tesla. As the QQQs look like they are starting to roll over a little bit, 320.51. Are we going to see at least a test of that VWAP? That would be nice for my Microsoft trade. IWM still fighting in these areas, but trying to create a new lower high. That would be absolutely beautiful for the market if it could do that. NASDAQ starting to roll over a little bit. Dow Jones Industrial trading sideways. It looks like the dollar's down to 101.43. Very interesting to see that happen there. Let's see, Netflix down here at VWAP area. So it wasn't going to want to hold that VWAP area. That'd be very interesting if it could. That might be a really, really nice rip to the north side if it does. Let's see here. I want to see Microsoft. Microsoft is just kind of trading sideways right now. Oh, I got this on the 1 minute. How interesting is that? Let's go ahead and look at AMZN. Oh, yeah, that's looking like a short. Maybe. Probably shouldn't say that too loud. Meta. So Meta back up into this VWAP area. Still looking really weak. Still looking weak, but it's probably going to hold this 10-day moving average like it has before. But we're going to see. We are going to see. We will be here to see it. That's for darn sure. It looks like NVDA is still wanting to push, though. NVIDIA is still showing the real strength in this overall market. AAPL pulling back to that VWAP area. Looks like it's holding as Google doesn't know really what it wants to do. Still trading at previous close at 104.74. Riot is pulling back. Snap, yuck. Looks so gross. All right, looking good. Meta, let's take a look at Meta. All right, so Meta's over here on the top left side. So if we look at Meta, guys, this thing is a overall beast. Above a 200-day moving average, not to mention over a 200-day moving. It's also curling to the north side. So if we zoom out on the daily and we look at it on the daily, it looks absolutely amazing. You love to see this on the daily. But if we zoom in now on the daily, we can see that it's having a pullback. Why is it having a pullback? Well, after such a huge earnings beat and just being an absolute bull in this overall market, we can expect a pullback. Now, it's been trading above its, this past whole week, it's been trading above its 10, 20, 30, and 200-day moving average. So we can expect at least a pullback or some sideways action, letting those moving averages catch up to it. That being said, it looks like we got the pullback. It took a while, but we got the pullback, and now it's finding some support at this 10-day moving average for now. So the support at the 10-day moving average around that 230 area, we're going to see if it wants to hold this 230 area and create a nice tight range holding that 10-day moving average just like we've seen in its history. So right now, I would personally say that this is a very healthy pullback for Meta, but I would like to give it a few more days, letting the 10, the 20, and the 30-day moving average catch up so it can show me that it is being supported in those areas. And if it does, that might be a nice little trade to the north side. If not, well, in this area, we have a lot of support below. So even if you were looking to the short side on the overall daily, that market might end up holding up in different areas on the way down, like this 210 is a very strong area. So that being said, Meta's just looking very strong overall, but in the short term, we are in a pullback and we might need some time to digest that pullback to see what's really happening. So DKNG, back to DKNG, we're up about $85.70 on this trade, but do keep in mind, guys, that this is just a short-term trade, or I'm sorry, this is just for the short term. I would love to see this thing skyrocket and head on higher, but I'm not looking at my P&L when it comes to DraftKings. What I'm looking at specifically is the trade. I want to see this trade ramp up, get higher, trade sideways before the 10-day moving average catches up to it and heads even higher. That's my opportune goal for DKNG. I want to be in this thing for weeks. I would love to be in this thing for months. I would love to add into this position eventually, but right now, I got about $100 on the line. We're up about 1R on that trade. What does that mean? Well, it means my risk to reward is about 1R. So let's see how close I got with 120 shares. So my average is 24.35. So my average is about right here. And we are up 2.99%. And I'm risking 5.34%. So I'm only up half an R. right now, okay? Up about a half an hour right now. So, this is great. Yay, I'm up $91, but really it's just not the trade yet. So this I would love to see. I'd love to, next Friday when you guys join me, I'd love to bring up DraftKings and say, hey, take a look at DraftKings. We're still in it to win it, baby. And it's either kicking butt or it's trading sideways. So we're going to see how this trade ends up setting up. And let's see if it wants to actually continue to head higher. One last thing I wanted to point out on Meta too. If it doesn't hold this 10-day moving average, there is a big possibility that this thing could just swipe all the way down here, filling its gap. So we do have a big gap here that it could fill. Just keep that in mind. So back to Microsoft though. Microsoft wants to head higher, guys. You cannot argue with strength. It wants to head higher. We're going to let it head higher. So backing off this, letting it head higher, seeing what this thing has got. So absolutely amazing for the overall market. So we're going to see where our next move is. Wow. Now that's some good coffee. My coffee, yes, thank you for asking, came from Silly Sips. All coffee products right here, you can run through them. There's availabilities because they brew them fresh. They send them out to you within 3 days of actually breaking the coffee down and making those fresh fragrance. So Silly Sips Coffee Co. is who's sponsoring this advertisement today. And if you do this now, you can get $3 off your purchase order. You can get it within 5 days right to your door, just like they sent me my elated Ethiopian Silly Sips coffee. Let's see, do they have their, I want to see, they have a joke of the day. They're always nerdy dad jokes, and that's why I read them. So why did the tree go to the dentist? To get a root canal. So if you don't like that, I don't know what planet you're living on, but dad jokes are what I live off of, and if I don't tell a dad joke a day, I start to rust. So DKNG, we are up. It's trading around that $25 area that we talked about this morning. And Apple looks like it's trying to push back up towards its highs. The highs of the day is at 173.75, now trading at 173.65. What are you in? What are you watching? What are you playing? And what do you want me to take a peeky gander at? Leave it in the comment section because I would love to be your host, your voice, your big talking chin. Go ahead and leave a like, leave that subscription because I'm here every Friday doing this live, baby. So NVIDIA just does not want to stop. It says, hold my juice box because it's time to squeeze, baby. And it looks like on NVIDIA and a few other larger caps, it looks like these breakout trades are working in your favor. So we need to keep that in mind. These breakouts seem to be working out really, really well for this overall market. Ramping up, getting up higher, QQQs breaking through that area of resistance that we talked about. Now, we talked about that 320. We found that resistance at 320. It broke down that 320, and now it's trying to break through. So when it breaks through that key area of resistance and it wants to head higher, that makes the market look very, very good. So we're going to see if the overall market wants to keep on keeping on, and if it does, we do want to be a part of that, don't we? So what just went off? I think I just got an alert. Let's see. Riot. Let's take a look at Riot. It looks like RIOT is now ramping up. Now, unfortunately, and I say that because I just got to do it. I've set 3 alerts, and I've not one time been in any of these. So let's see if we can get in. Riot's trying to fill me right now. We got 64 of 100 shares, and there we go. I'm in Riot for the run, and we're going to see if Riot wants to keep on keeping on. That means Bitcoin might actually be doing the dang thing. Let's go ahead and zoom out on Bitcoin. One thing I do need to do is bring up these trades here. We're in DraftKings. We're in Riot now. We are trying to get into QQQQ, and we're going to see we can get rid of Snap. We can get rid of Meta. We can get rid of Disney. We can get rid of Goose. Oh, Goose. You son of a biscuit. You son of a biscuit, Goose. They got me good. They really did. They got me really good on that one. Not going to worry about it. I'm going to leave that up, though. I need to leave that up. As NVIDIA just rip-roaring to the north side here. Oh, my goodness. I would go over a lot of this crap and tell you guys just how sad I am about what's happened, but we're going to keep our eyes on Riot because Riot looks like it's doing a really good job breaking out. That means we need to look at Bitcoin. So look at that, and oh no, that's DraftKings. That's A-okay though. Let's take a look at Bitcoin, guys. So if you look at my screen, this is Bitcoin right here on the daily. You can see, why am I looking at the daily? Because if we zoom in, we're going to see a whole lot of stuff that we don't need to. Right now, if we look at the daily, we can see the overall VWAP, what's coming right up into that area. We know we're trying to break out of this area. We know we've already broke out into this area and then had a beautiful pullback, coming back up, bouncing off to this area, creating a pennant. So this pennant formation is absolutely scrumptious if you're looking, if you're a value investor, or not a value investor, but if you're a growth investor. We like to look at these bullish pennants. We like to see things take off and head higher in these areas. So if you want to watch this with me, this is what I did. I bought 100 shares right here at that breakout area when I seen Riot. I've seen Riot moving well before Bitcoin has many times. So it would be great to see not only Riot break out from this area. Look at what time it is. It is baby time. We have a baby here. Welcome to Baby Time. This is a segment that we like to take out. It's only sponsored by Baby, and we love Baby, and we love Baby. Yeah. He's my Mr. Baby. He can be your Mr. Baby too. Only for one free subscription. All you have to do is hit that like, hit that subscribe button. Yeah, I'm using my baby to get likes and subscribes. And I will, as long as it works. So hit the button and say hi to Baby. Thanks, babe. Bye, baby. Daddy loves you. Bye, baby. Say, go Draft King. Go Draft King. All right, well, that was Baby. I hope you liked Baby segment. I love Baby segment. Sometimes I squeeze them a little harder than I should, but hey, that's part of it. Don't squeeze Baby too hard. Let's go ahead and bring up over here. Did I get into my TQQ position? Probably not. It probably took off without me, but that's A-okay. That's part of the game. Let's see. Yeah, look. So I had my TQQ position right here. It did not get me in, but that's A-all-right. Oh, well, I'm a loser. So let's go to Meta, and let's see if we can find a lagger, because this thing is just ripping, and it looks like Meta came back down to these lows. Why it's not taking off with the rest of the market is befuddling me. Part of me wants to play this as a lagger play, but I am not going to, because I don't know what's best for me. So let's go ahead and look at NVDA, also ripping up to the north side. We need to zoom out to the hourly so we can reduce some of this information. So that looks good. Let's look at Meta. Let's look at MSoft. Let's bring up MSoft here. So MSoft, wow, look at that. MSoft right back up there at its highs. What? Microsoft back up there at those highs. Wow. Goodness gracious, guys. Goodness gracious, guys. This looks absolutely beautiful. Yeah, baby. Rolling like a big shot. Let's see. So we're up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're up about $15 on Riot's breakout. We are up about, let's see, DraftKings. Let's see how DraftKings is doing. DKNG, we're up $84. It looks like it tried to break out even higher than that. No, I'm looking at the wrong time frame. 5 minute. Yeah, 25.34. Looking absolutely scrumptious. Yeah, let's see if Riot wants to keep on keeping on, because that would be an absolutely beautiful trade if we can get Riot to keep on keeping on. I would like to see the overall market continue to hold as QQQ pushes up, breaking through that area of support, heading on higher. I wish we would have got a part of that TQ position, but it's A-okay. If we don't get it, no big deal. As the SPY breaking up higher. Guys, this is the pullback I was talking about. I talked about this on the channel. I did a small thoughts on SPY at 413 possible. Anything is possible in this market right now. So what I want to say is, what's your time frame? Do you think 413 for today? Are you saying 413 forever? That would be really the Ivan. What's going on, dude? It's good to see you, Ivan. Ivan is in here from the Wolf Trading. Oh yeah, baby. Let's do this. So yeah, I think 413 is definitely possible. I mean, I don't see why not. My thing was I want to see this thing stutter and shake at 410, and it did. I got the pullback from 410, but it didn't pull back very far, and then it started to move higher. So sure, 413 isn't too far away, and I think it definitely can see that. The market's looking pretty strong right now. So yeah, 413 for the SPY I think is a very plausible thing. So QQQ is also rip city to the north at 321.66. Is this the area that we want to look for shorts, guys? Or is this the area where we say, hey, it broke through, it's heading to the north side, and we wait for a pullback in order to get our longs? Those are the questions. That's what we want to see. Yeah, so SPY for today, I think it could easily get up to that price. So if we do look at the SPY and we look at the average daily range is 1%, okay? Well, right now, its range is already moved 0.75%. All right, so if we want to say 13, that would be its 1% range. So I think if it wanted to, if this market wanted to continue to head into the north side, I think 413 is its range, is its expected move for the day. If not, its expected move is either to go up to 413 or down to 405. Okay, so that's its expected range for the day. And I think 413, the way things are looking, are a little bit more plausible if it wants to keep on keeping on. So we're going to see if it wants to do that. So we're in Riot, we're in DraftKings, DKNG, and we are looking at some possible other trades if things want to continue to look like they're heading to the north side. So what do you guys got going on today outside of the market? I know what I got to do. About an hour and 15 minutes from now after this show, I'm going to go pour myself a nice pad. I'm going to go get stuff for concrete. I'm going to fill up my gas tanks and get ready for the weekend. And yeah, family's headed to Cedar Point. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it's an awesome place to go if you want to head out for roller coaster rides for your big thrills, your shockers and your thrills. That is the place to go. And so I'm pumped to take the kids there. I'm pumped to have a good time with the family. And I want to get some stuff done around the house before we go. So that is exactly what's happening. I'm pumped. What do you guys got going on this weekend? Let me know in the chat, and let me know what you're watching. What are you looking at? What do you want me to react to? And we will keep on keeping on. As DraftKings is creating a very beautiful bull pennant here. If I already didn't have my stop loss set and there was time to add, this is where I probably would add. Not to mention, though, a pullback to the VWAP area would probably be smarter on an investor's scale. So if you missed your mark and you're on Wall Street, and you're the one taking the bets and placing the orders, and somebody calls and say, well, why did you get me in at $25 when the average, the weighted average price was $24.50? Why did you get me in for 50 cents share or more? And you might say, oh, well, it's only 50 cents. Well, 50 cents at 100,000 shares, that's a lot of money, guys. That's a lot of money to be losing right off the top, okay? So when you look at this, you know, VWAP pullbacks are always genuine. Now, I do want to bring up the NASDAQ because right now we are in an area of resistance for the NASDAQ. Okay, so let's look at the Dow Jones. Dow Jones is just trading sideways here. Let's look at the IWM in an area of resistance as well. The QQQ broke above that $200 area, or that 320 area, but Route 2, keep in mind, it is in an area of resistance. All right. Tesla reaching back up to those previous highs, 167.82. It looks very, very strong. And as the SPY, looks like it's running into an area of resistance as well. So we're in an area of resistance. Does the market want to continue to hold up, or do we want to break on down? But it looks like a lot of our big tech names are doing really, really well up here at these highs. Is Microsoft want to continue to be our leader? Does it want to continue to rip to the north side? I mean, it is really extended here, guys. It's really extended from that 10-day moving average even for such a big, large cap, but you can't really justify everything on that. You can't justify, oh, it's got to pull back because it's so far extended. A lot of times these overextended moves, they continue to get extended. You know, and so you got to be really careful with that. But we are right here at the peak for Microsoft. We are at a lot of areas of resistance in the overall market. And so I would expect a pullback here. And honestly, if Microsoft wants to keep on ripping to the north side, that would just be absolutely amazing to me. I would just be absolutely shocked if this market wants to keep on ripping to the north side without having any form of pullback. So that's all I'm saying. I'd like to see a pullback in this market just to be healthy, right? I want it to be healthy. I want it to be a healthy market. I want it to be a healthy pullback. So let's take a look at RACE. RACE for Casey. Casey, how are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. It looks like Race did come out with earnings. It had a nice beat on earnings by a little over 10 cents. And it looks like it gapped up on those earnings. Let's see, a little over 4%, which is nice, but it's not anything that grabs my attention when it comes to an earnings gap up. But let's look at this though. Not only did it gap up, but it held that gap, trading sideways, and then gapped up again this morning. So if we look at Race, the first thing is it's above a 200-day moving average. That's really, really good, and it's also a rising 200-day moving average. Not to mention, look at this uptrend, guys. This uptrend is absolutely beautiful. Also creating a cup and handle. If we look at this right here, a cup and handle. So the take on this trade would have been in this area. Now, I know this sounds hindsight, but if I were to play a William O'Neill style cup and handle, it would be here's the cup, here's your handle, and then this would be your breakout area right here, okay? Possibly getting stopped out, but a re-entry in that same area right here. So it looks like I am in the Microsoft short. We're going to go ahead and set this to the high of the day. We don't want to take a big loss on this, so I'm just going to go ahead. Actually, I need to focus on this just for a quick second, guys. We want to make sure that we're taking off profits on the way down. So we're going to go ahead and join the bid here. We're going to take a piece off there. Oh, doesn't want to give it to me, so we'll exit that. I'm just going to hold on and take a peek again, and we'll see. We'll see what happens here, guys. So Race is looking good in this area. Now, I do have to point out that it is extended. What do I mean by that? Well, I use the 10, 20, and 30-day moving averages to see how far a stock has moved from its average pricing, from its average area. Okay, so I do like Race. I do like the fact that it looks so strong, but right now it's really gapped up and it's really pushed up higher. So I think it has the ability to come back down, to follow a moving average before you would get in. And something like this, it being up this high, makes me a little nervous because I don't see any type of, I'm blind up here. I'm blind. I don't know whether it's going to go higher or lower. I would want to see it forming some form of resistance somewhere before I can get in for an entry. But when you look at this overall stock, it looks really, really good. The stock looks really, really good. I really like it. And is this Ferrari? Yeah, it is Ferrari. So that's really cool. This is the stock Ferrari. I didn't even know that they had a stock, so it's nice to see. I learned a little something new. So Casey, I hope that satisfies what you were asking. But that's my technical analysis on Race. And I hope I earned your subscription, and I hope to see you here next Friday. Right now it's 10:48, guys, on the 5th, 2023. Right now we have a few trades on. Right now we have DKNG. We have DraftKings over here. We took a long trade. Right here you can see I made this long trade on a 5-minute range break on an earnings gap up. So we had an earnings gap up over 15%, and I said, I like that, I'll take that. So we played the earnings gap up on the 5-minute range break. We got in right here around 24.41. We added a few more shares in on this pullback into VWAP. So we're up 120 shares, trading at 24.35 is the area. So let me just move this down. So we're right here, 24.35. So we're up about half an hour right now. We're gonna let this thing play out. I'm expecting this thing to carry on wayward sun to the north side. I'd love to see this thing break up above, calling this an episodic pivot to head on higher. Now, on the other hand, we have a short trade over here for Microsoft. So on this Microsoft trade that you see here, we notice that we are in this area of daily resistance around this 309 to 310 area. This 309, 310 area has served as resistance multiple times on this daily time frame. So it's touched 1, 2, 3, 4, about 4 times, give or take 1. And we can see that this thing has And because it's ran into that resistance and we're seeing resistance across the market, you know, I wanted to make sure that we were going to get a piece of this. So I took 100 shares short, and we're going to start actually scaling out of this thing in just a few minutes here. I think one more little pullback. Actually, we'll take a little bit out right here. We'll take, that's a $15 win. Oh, no, that's a little less than that. But we're up a couple bucks. I'd say we're up about 10 bucks on that piece right there. We got about 75 shares left in Microsoft that we're shorting. So if we can get another nice little piece out and then set the rest at break even, I would be pretty happy with that trade already. So we're out a quarter of that trade. Let's see if we can make a little bit more money on the next pullback here. We'll see if we can take out a piece like let's say right here. We'll take out a piece, and then we'll see what else is to come. We'll see how long we actually want to hold on to this. Definitely take out a piece there. We'll put in a couple of wish orders down here. We'll take another piece here, and then we'll have 25 shares left. So maybe we can get back. Maybe we can get down to there. That would be a great little pullback. And then if we can hold on to the last 25 shares to VWAP, I think that would be like probably the best trade for today. Okay, so that's what we're gonna watch, because we know for a fact that anytime we get here, you know, we always see nice little pullbacks from the daily. So hopefully we get that, and if not, that's a-okay too. We'll exit the trade and we'll let the market head to the north side. I'm fine. You know, I'm a bear with bull horns. I like to swipe down. I love to short, but if the overall market wants to head to the north side, I'm not going to hold back. I'm going to exit my trades, hopefully for small wins rather than big wins and no losses. But if we do have to take a small loss to allow the market to breathe and to head to the north side, you won't hear me complaining about it. Let's take a look at Riot. R-I-O-T. Let's see, this thing is pulled all the way back down to where we got it in now. So when it does that, I have to have a proof or an area of support that if it breaks, doesn't hold that area of support, I want out. Well, that area of support is going to be this downward trend line. So if this thing breaks all the way down to, say, $11, I'm not going to want to have much to do with it. So I have Riot up here. I'm not going to make a hard stop because this thing, I have very small share size in it. I'm just going to keep an eye on it. So we're down about $4 on that, and that's a-okay to be down that $4. That's the whole reason why I took small share size, because these breakouts don't usually work. You get in small, you watch for the pullbacks, you can get more in on the pullbacks if you wanted to, or what you do, like I like to do, is I wait. I wait, and then I will add into this if it wants to break out again, if I feel like it is holding off well. Because I'm not good with these breakout trades, guys. I really am not, and I know that. So that's why I have downsized, very heavily downsized in my breakout trades. Now, these breakout trades can be absolutely glorious. If you guys have seen me take out some of these breakout trades, some of them can be my best trades out there. But the breakout trades, they're very, very hard to learn. They're very hard to understand and very hard to size into. My personal opinion on this is it's just so hard to get the sizing right when it comes to this stuff. If you don't get your sizing right, you know, you get shook out. You just get shook out too quick, and you know, it just gets a little too. It's nerve-wracking. It's nerve-wracking when you get shaken out and then it ends up going your way. I think everybody's been there. If you've been trading long enough, you already know. I know Keith knows. You know, when we're trading and you get stopped out, you know, and it rips the other way, it's just part of it. It's part of learning. So let's go ahead and run through the overall market, see what we got going on. So if we bring up this buy here, we can see it just kind of teetering around these tops right here, trying to hold off at 411.26. We just got another piece out of Microsoft. That's really, really good. Now we're up about $32 on that trade so far. We're looking to try and make a little bit more money than that, though. We don't want to just go ahead and get out all willy-nilly. Maybe we take the last 50 shares here, guys, and we'll just go ahead and set our stop to break even. So what I do with that is I come up to where break even is, I set my $50 stop loss, and then bada bing, bada boom. Now, what I can expect out of this is it to come all the way back down in its range. If this thing wants to come all the way back down in its range, we're gonna make a pretty little penny. So 304 to 308, that's 4 times 50, that'll be a $200 trade if I can allow it to come all the way down. But I have such a hard time holding out of these trades. So we're gonna see what the overall market wants to do. So let's run through some stuff and let's just take a peeky gander, shall we? So the QQQ does look like it's trying to roll over here. Let's look at the SPY because I think we've seen a little bit of rolling over. Yeah, it does look like it's getting a little sleepy. Might want to take a nap for a little bit. Let's look at NFLIX. So we looked at NFLIX this morning. It looked like it was bullish, and it does look like it held that area of an uptrend right here on the hourly, but it's coming back down, trading at 320.72. So we're going to see, does that want to continue to head lower or not, or not? So next up, we'll take a look at AMZN while I keep a Microsoft trade soft over there, and we'll look at the AMZN over here. Let's see here, guys. AMZN's right up into that area of resistance, 105.30 on the daily. It's treading just below that 200-day moving average. So we're going to see, does it want to hold? Does this thing want to take off and scream to the north side or not? That would be absolutely amazing if we could see it do that. Microsoft still trading down, breaking down now. So let's go ahead and take a little peeky gander at the overall market. Since we've looked at everything else other than Apple, we need to bring up Apple because Apple, with that gap up on its earnings, holding out well, still screaming to the north side. You know you love to see it because Apple is a very heavy weighted industry in a lot of our indexes. Google, on the other hand, we thought Google looked very, very sour down here. I said it is an area of support, but we're not seeing a lot come out of Google because it just seems so stinking weak compared to the rest of the market. Let's take a look at Riot. So Riot, we're down about $11 now on this breakout trade that we tried to take, right? We're going to see if this is the pullback and this is the area where you would want to add. Now, I'm not telling you to add. This is not a buy or sell recommendation. This is just me calling the play as I see it. So if it breaks it back into this downtrend area and doesn't start to ramp up from this area, then I'm going to want out. So I'm not going to give it too much time. Once we get down to this $11 area, I'm going to want out. Thank you. I appreciate that. We have my boy Xhad on the chat inside of the Wolf Trading says, love your energy. Well, dude, I appreciate that much, very, very much so. I love the market. This is actually a huge passion of mine. And one day I do hope to do this full time. I'd love to do every single day. I'd love to do 4 hours a day of live analysis, live trading, live commentary for you. But you guys know just as well as I do, we have a life to live outside of the market, unfortunately, right? No, but you have to enjoy it. You got to learn to love it. And that's what I do. I'm a carpenter by day, I'm a stock trader by night, and then on Fridays when I have the day off, I'm here for you. So if you want to be a part of that, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, guys, because I want to be here for you just as much as I want you to be here for me. So let's keep on keeping on, and let's take another look at the rest of these trades. I don't think I'm going to hold on to this much longer. I'm going to go ahead and set my stop loss now on this thing. So if it wants to break down and get below that $11, then I'm not going to want to be a part of this trade any longer, okay? So we'll go like that, and we'll go like this. There. Now we got our stop losses set on the Riot trade. So if Riot does not want to catch a bid in this area and head on higher, then that's A-okay. We're going to take a look at the overall Bitcoin to see what it looks like here. Looks like, well, it looks like it very well possibly could break out or break down, but you never know with these things, guys. The only thing I can do is be well prepared, knowing that we are on an area of support and an area of resistance that tells me that we are in a area that could break to the north side or break down the south side. So when you take these trades, you guys need to understand, that you need to have your stop losses set. Okay, so if you like playing things to the north side, make sure you're setting your stop losses so that way you don't get smacked around. And make sure your stop losses are wide enough that you don't get knocked out before it takes off to the north side on you. So let's go back to Microsoft. I need to take a little peeky gander. So it looks like Microsoft, beautiful breakdown here. Is it going to keep breaking down? That would be absolutely beautiful for the overall, not the overall market, but for my trade. That would be very, very nice. So we're going to go ahead. That's a big soak there. Big soak right there. Don't like seeing that big soak. But, you know, I'm getting a little greedy here. I do want to see this thing fail further and further. So I think what I'm going to do, just because I'm on air, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to let it set, and I'm going to try and stay true to myself when it comes to this. Okay, so I do like where it's at, but you know, I think the market is looking pretty strong this morning. Anyway, it was looking pretty strong this morning, but I think we're in a lot of different areas of resistance. So if we're going to be in those areas of resistance, I might as well take a trade. And if I'm already in this beautiful trade, I might as well hold on to it instead of messing around and talking about how I could or I shoulda, woulda, coulda, this or that, the other thing. We're in an area of resistance. I like it. I took the trade, and now we're holding it short. So we're going to see what wants to come of it. As Riot does get a nice bounce off of this downtrend. Now, I called it all out right here in front of you. I haven't, you know, all these lines were already here. You know, I showed you where I bought in. I showed you where would be a good area to add into. Now, I'm not saying that this thing is going to hold this area. I'm just saying that's usually what I see. Now, that's why I set my stop loss, because if it doesn't want to hold this area, this $11 area, one being psychological area of support, but two also being its trend line that it just broke. If it doesn't want to hold this area, then I don't want any a part of it. Okay, so I took $9, a $9 risk to see if it wouldn't ever come back, but it did come back. So that's the $9 right there, and then we're risking about 20 for the overall trade in general. So we're going to see what wants to come of that. As Microsoft looks like it's trying to soak up down here at 308.79, makes me want to take a look at a few other things. Now, I wish we were still in that TQ. I'd definitely be scaling out of that, but we never got into TQ. So wham, wham, wham. DraftKings looks like we're getting a beautiful pullback now right down to that VWAP area. Now, I did tell you guys this is where I would want to add in, right? So we're already at 120 shares, so I won't be adding into this, but this is a beautiful spot for DraftKings. This is where I want to see it hold, and I want to keep it in the positive, right? We want to stay in the positive side. We don't want to get down past the green and be holding over the weekend while it's below. You know, I want to be up. I want to be up before I shut down my computers. I want to be up on the trade. So, you know, we want to see it hold this VWAP or at least trade sideways for a while. I'll be A-okay with that, but I don't want to see it break through. If it does, I'm still in this trade. My stop loss is still down here at $23, or obviously just below that 23 psychological area. We set it right down here at 22.93, 94, somewhere in that area. Okay, so we're going to see what is going to come of that. That would be absolutely beautiful if we can see DraftKings keep on keeping on to the north side with the overall market. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and scream through here. The SPY does look like it's trying to hold. Let's take a look at the QQQ. The QQQ looks like it's still pulling back. Let's look at MSoft. You know, we got a little bit of money in there. It looks like they're getting a lot of soaking on that 5 minute right now. A lot of soaking on that 5 minute. So when I see a lot of soaking like this, this is what I see. A big push up. Seeing a lot of soaking like this. Just getting ready to see a big push up, you know. So that being said, you know, I want to make sure that I do have my break even set. Okay, so my break even's right here. We have 50 shares of this. 50 shares. We're going to make sure that if it does get back up in this area, it's stopping us out for break even. So the few dollars that I have taken off as profits stays as profits. And the rest of this money, it can go ahead and axe me out if it wants. Axe me out. It's like axe me out. Axe me out to dinner, axe me out to breakfast. But whatever you do, don't axe me out of this trade because I want to make some money. So Microsoft now, with the overall market looking strong, with things looking bullish, it wouldn't surprise me if this stopped me out. It really wouldn't surprise me, guys. I've been stopped out. I've been wrong so many times that it doesn't hurt so much when you're wrong. You just need to know when you are wrong, right? When you are wrong, you know what you're willing to be wrong. What do I mean by that? Well, if I'm wrong, I want to make sure that I've already taken my profits, so when I do stop out, it's at least for either break even or for a very small loss. So I'm always taking profits. I'm always taking profits, guys. So let's go Riot. Can we get Riot up here in the green area? That would be nice to see. Now, SFM was one of those stocks that I definitely am keeping an eye on, that I definitely want to watch, and I definitely would like to take a trade on because it looks like it wants to curl. Had this beautiful push on earnings, pulled back here, and now trying to form new higher lows. I do like the way this looks, and I do know nothing about the actual stock itself. It's just Sprout Farmers Markets. I'm assuming it's like a Kroger. I'm assuming it's like a Highlights. That's what we have in my area. and they're doing really, really well, okay? So we're going to see what wants to keep coming of that. So we have ON, which is another one of my favorites to keep an eye on. ON still holding out above this, not above this area, but right into this downtrending area. If it can break up above this downtrending area, I would love to see that happen for ON. Just simply, oh no, I hope it didn't do what I think it did. Yeah, it did. I gotta give me 1 second, guys. I gotta find out where. I don't know where it went. No, where did it go? Because now my stuff's gonna be frozen until I do it. 1 second, guys. Black screen. Don't freak out. It's gonna be okay. Let's go ahead and do this, maybe. Ah, man. I don't want to do it. So sometimes my thing freezes up because I don't know where my alert went to click OK on. So that's one downfall for Thinkorswim, is that it likes to hide your stuff on you so you can't click OK. So what I am going to have to do, I'm going to have to close this down. I'll bring up this for you guys though, so we don't lose interest. We don't want to lose you. And then we're going to go ahead and bring these up, make sure we're all caught up on everything. Good, good, good. All right, so guys, well, my Thinkorswim is going to be restarting here. Oh, there's always a little hiccup, right? There's always a little hiccup. All right, there we go. Ending that. I'll get that reopened for you guys in just a second. We'll go ahead and bring up DKNG on this so we can keep an eye on it. Wow, look at that. Look at that. And then I will get my my Thinkorswim back up here for you guys, so just bear with me. Speaking of bear with me, how's that Microsoft trade doing? I wish I could see it. There we go. MSoft, are you dying? It looks like it's on the daily. You can see very clear as day why we took this short. Now I'd love to see this thing come back down somewhere in this area, right? Make about 300 bucks on it. That'd be great. But if it doesn't want to, it wants to keep on heading higher, that's just going to look really good for this overall market. All right. So I think we can get it. Oh, we got to install updates first. Good thing I'm not in something too big. Good thing I have my stop losses set. Because if I didn't, I could be getting hurt really bad right now. So here we go. Thinkorswim starting right back up. This right here is your penny stock watch. That's what, if you're looking at penny stocks, this is kind of how they move. All right, here we go. We're back in it, baby. We're back in it, baby. Let's go ahead and bring up MSoft over here. Let's bring up DKNG over here. All right, so DKNG looks like it's failing. It looks like MSoft is trying to pop back up into those areas, back up to those highs. Let's take a look at the volume analysis on this. So it does look like we had higher volume on its push and lower volume on the pullback, which is a bullish sign for Microsoft. So it looks like it does want to head to the north side. We're going to see if it's going to. We do have our stop loss set just above that. It looks like we're still up about $18 total on this trade. That's why it's easy to hold out, because if I do stop, I know it's for a break even and I'm not going to end up losing any money on that trade, which is always nice to see. And you can see right here on the daily, it's clear as day why we took this short. I'm very interested in this short, and I almost want to risk a little bit more than this just because we are in a very, very key area to short at. Now, with the overall market looking the way it is, and with the overall Microsoft looking as strong as it is, you know, it makes it really hard to want to short something like this. And, you know, I am shorting something like this because I do expect it to fail. But, you know, when you're at these areas, when you're at these highs and you're expecting this to happen and you've been hurt multiple times, you ask yourself, is this the best trade? Is this the smartest thing for me to do? Well, right now, the smartest thing for me to do is not to add, not to do anything more than what the game plan was. Well, what was the game plan? Get in short, exit out of at least half of my position on the way down, as we did, and then set to break even. Now we are out of Riot, so it looks like Riot is breaking down. So that breakout trade did not work, okay? We are out of Riot and it's back trading in this area. So what am I gonna do? Well, I'm going to set another alert. So if this thing wants to take off again, I will be alerted to it because I do not want to miss that trade. I think it'd be very, very smart for us to keep an eye on Riot. So we're going to keep on keeping on, baby. So let's keep on keeping on. If you guys are just joining me, go ahead and take a quick look at the screen. What do we have here? Well, no big deal. It's just me, guys. It's me. Go ahead and hit this live button. I want to make sure that you guys are caught up on the live screen. Click this live button and then go ahead and scroll on down. We have 15 votes already. 15 votes. Is big tech gonna hold up? Now you've already seen part of the trading day, so you can go ahead and still vote on this. The vote's gonna be closing here in about 20 minutes, so make sure you vote now. Then if you scroll down, you smash this like button. If you smash that like button, I will greatly appreciate it. And while I take a sip of coffee, if you'll hit that subscribe button, I will greatly appreciate that because I want you to be here just as much as I want you to be here for me. Now I bring you awesome trades, I bring you awesome commentary, and I bring you the best stock technical analysis that you're going to see on YouTube. If you find it somewhere else, let me know. That way I can collab with them. So cheers to you for hitting that sub button. Thank you very much. Now that is some good coffee. If you want to know where I'm drinking my coffee, it is sillysips.com. Go to sillysips.com. You can get $3 off of your coffee today, and 10% of that is going to go to the Child's Mind Foundation. So check it out, guys. Now, let's go ahead and run through some of the things that I got going on. DraftKings, looks like we're starting to finally see a little bit of a bounce after a big pullback coming right back down to that area I bought it in. HEAR, this HEAR makes me so grumpy, man. I had a lot of money in this stock. They stopped me out and then ripped up higher, and man, that made me sick to my stomach to see that. It really, really did. A part of me wants to take this breakout. You know, it keeps getting tighter and tighter and tighter. It just hurts. It really does. When you see things and you've been watching them for so long, and you're like, oh, you know, this is the next, you know, this is what's gonna happen, and none of it happens. That's part of it. You know, it's just part of it, guys, and it is what it is. So BBAI, let's see. BBAI is still pushing up, still holding that area, still wanting to move higher. That looks good. But remember, BBAI does come out with earnings on the 9th, so be careful with that. SAI, it's another one that I really like because it is very, very tight on that 10-day moving average. I really like this mover. This is the first. Oh, no, I did it again. Is this it right here? Hey, I found it. This is the one that you have to use. So I finally found it. It comes way down here, right at the bottom. Wow, that's funny. The little nuances that you learn with your setups, you know. So I like SAI, I think the best. BBAI does look like it's starting to try and break out of that area. Very interesting. Yeah, it does look like it broke out a little bit from that area. GFAI, that thing broke down a little too much. CXAI, looks like that broke its trend line. MRAI, looks like it's dead. BFRG is still holding that trend line. All right. Alrighty, let's bring up MSoft. Let's see what we got. MSoft still hasn't stopped me out. Is it breaking down any lower? No. SPY looks like it's trying to hold out, still holding above that 410 area, trading at 411.14. As Microsoft just trading sideways right now, 308.94. When things trade sideways like this, well above the VWAP area, it's just showing me just how stinking strong it is. You know, it makes me want to just take my money and run, but I have to bet against this short. I need to bet against this short just because every time we've been up here, it's failed right back down. And I'm probably going to wish that I took a lot more on this trade. So, you know, a part of me just wants to add in short so that way we can play this to the south side. But again, when you know the overall market is looking healthy, it does look like you got a lot of different stocks like NVDA, you know, that's holding up, like AAPL, Apple's really holding up there. When you have, you know, a lot of these stocks, it's just hard. It's hard to hold on to these even though you trust your analysis. I do. I really trust my technical analysis. But, you know, with Apple right here being at this peak too, I mean, wow, you know, I really am. I'm expecting a pretty big pullback today, guys. But not a pullback today, but a pullback from where we're at is what I should say. So let's just bring up the SPY so you get a better understanding, a better idea. So I was talking about the SPY when we were way up here, okay? Last Sunday, I was talking about the SPY and about how we get all this push. Where is the pullback? I want the pullback to show that this 403 is a new higher low. Well, it pulled all the way back and created this double bottom and then pushed back up into this area of resistance. So this area of resistance is the 410. So this 410 area, it's just trading right above it. So it's showing that it's strong, because if it wasn't strong, it would have smacked into 410 and it would have just failed, or it would have just pulled right back down and continued to trade lower. But instead, it pushed through it and it's trying to hold above it. But now trading sideways, maybe this thing gets weak and it just starts to flush. Well, that's kind of what I'm playing on right now when it comes to Microsoft. Now, DKNG, I obviously don't want to see that flush. But in due time, maybe this thing does flush, but DraftKings shows its true colors. It shows that it's strong and it can hold. If not, well, I want to protect myself. That's why the stop loss is there. All right. Now, Microsoft does look like all these wicks, does look like wants to curl. But again, it's hard for me to want to exit a trade when we look at the hourly and we see so many times this thing got up into this area and it's failed. Now it's back up into that area. I am expecting it to fail. If it doesn't fail, I will switch biases and I will play the breakout. But right now, it's extended from a 10-day. We're seeing some pullback in some other areas. DraftKings, though, is now getting a nice bounce off that VWAP, just as we talked about. And we're going to see how is the rest of the market looking. So if DraftKings pulling up, are other things pulling up? How is DraftKings moving with the overall market? Well, it looks like the overall market is just trading sideways. So nothing too crazy going on right now, but absolutely amazing so far in the overall market. So if you guys have something that you want me to take a look at, let me know now. Let me know in the comment section, because I'd love to take a look at it. BAOS, just as we talked about earlier, I marked this short out for you. We tried to take the short right at that $12 area, and we had a huge pullback all the way down here to $7.33. So that was a beautiful trade in this overall market. Unfortunately, a lot of these small cap, low float stocks, I can't play because Think or Swim says, no, you don't want to play these. They're too speculative. And I say, okay, whatever you say, whatever you want. All right. So let's go back over here to MSoft. It looks like MSoft is just playing games with my heart. You know, it's getting close to lunchtime, so a lot of people, a lot of your institutional owners are leaving. A lot of your fund managers are going out to have lunch with their friends. They're going home really quick to say hi to their wife and kids, or maybe they're going, they're going down to the deli to make a sandwich. Who knows? Whatever they're doing it because a lot of times the market volatility likes to slow down in these after hours or closer to lunchtime. So during this lunchtime, I like to make sure that we have a better understanding, again, just like we do with our pre-market prep. Where are our levels? Where are our lines? And what can we expect from the market today in the after hour lunch? Well, I think that we are running into a lot of areas of resistance. Now, I don't think the market's going to have a huge pullback, but I do expect the market to at least come back down and test the VWAP areas, because we are pretty well extended from a lot of VWAPs. We're extended on the SPY from VWAP. We're extended on Tesla from VWAP. We're extended from the QQQs from VWAP. The IWM, we're actually sitting on VWAP, but we're into that resistance of 174. The NASDAQ right into that resistance of 131,866. The Dow Jones Industrial just trading sideways here. You can consider this an area of resistance because of its downtrend area. Also, the dollar is coming down, which can technically be argued for both ways. But if you look at the daily, right there it is. It's sitting right there on its. It wants to just hang out where it always opens. So it's so interesting to see. VIX, the volatility index, 1762. So still falling lower. Netflix down here at its base around 320, following that uptrend. Microsoft, beautiful flush down here, beautiful flush. So now we're up a nice $58 on that trade. We're gonna see, does it want to continue? I'd like to see, a part of me needs to just take off another 25, but no, not doing it, not just yet, guys. We need to see the bigger trade in this. I need to stop selling out so quick. I'm such a sellout. The second I get profits, I say, give me all that money. I want all that money. but I can wait. I can wait until we get down to that VWAP area to take another piece off at least, right? So let's take a look at AMZN. AMZN's just playing right there in its area of resistance, but it has not broken down back down to that VWAP area just yet. Let's take a look at Meta. Meta is still trading sideways right by that 10-day moving average. You guys, you know what I'm going to do? I mean, I just cannot hold on to trades. I can't hold on to trades. I have such a hard time. I would just want to take this profit off. I mean, that's the way I am, though. You know, I get up a little bit of money. I just want to take these profits off because I hate to see them. I hate to see them go back. So what I have to do as a trader, just because I need to itch, I'm going to take another piece off, guys. I'm taking another piece off of this trade just because I think it's the right thing to do, okay? And we're going to see if it wants to give me that piece off. It might not give me that piece, but we're going to see if it wants to give me that piece. And then I'll take that other 25 and I'll put it back up here to break even. And then maybe I can actually hold on to it. We'll see. All right, that's some good coffee. Woo! Let's see, NVDA. NVIDIA's starting to pull back now a little bit towards that VWAP area, but still extended from it. Same thing with Apple, still a little extended from that VWAP area. So I am expecting to see that pullback still. Google pulled back to that VWAP area, probably break through that VWAP area since it looks so stinking weak. Let's keep looking here. Snap still breaking down. IBRX is looking really healthy. Don't know why. Let's take a look. Let's take a little peeky gander. IBRX. And there we go. We got another piece out of that Microsoft trade. So now we have one last piece in this Microsoft trade. Now maybe we can actually hold this out for profit target. IBRX does look really good. This is a biotech stock, guys. I'm assuming this is a low float because I know my boy Keith likes to look at these low floats. It did pop up above a 200-day moving average, but keep in mind, guys, this has history of gap and crap, okay? So this thing did gap up, but it does look like it's on higher volume. It is in the oversold of the RSI, now trading at 503. This thing does look good, but it needs to show me some levels before I can do anything with it. So that being said, IBRX does look good. It does look pretty healthy, but it needs a lot more time to show me some areas of support before I can do anything with it. So let's take a look at Let's take a look at Meta. So Meta, it looks like it's really trying to hold out here on this 10-day moving average, which I really like to see. If something's going to hold its 10-day moving average, it definitely grabs my attention. It definitely tells me, hey, you know, I want to be a part of this. I want to be in this, but I can't just grab it right away. It needs to sit on that 10-day for a couple of days. That's straight out of William Quilamagi's trading book. Apple's just trading sideways at 173.40. That's some good coffee. Oh, wait. Oh, you know what I need to go through? I'm going to go through a few of my, let's see, it should be what's hot swing. So we're going to run through this. We'll go relative volatility index. So the SMCI. Wow, look at this, man. I tell you what, guys, I'm getting better with these trades. I'm getting a lot better with these trades, but sometimes it just is rough. It's hard sometimes trading, guys. You see something, you want something, you want to take it. Lulu. Let's take a look at Lulu. Lulu's one of those days, one of those things. It's squatting on that 10-day moving average, and I'm waiting for a breakout. Now, I really like Lulu, and right here where it's at is looking like a short. But the way Lulu worked its way up here is very, very interesting, okay? Lulu worked its way up here very slowly after earnings, holding that gap, inching its way towards that area of resistance of 385, 390 area, and it looks like Lulu wants to break out higher. This is another Chris Quilamagi type style breakout trade. But the thing is, is it hasn't gapped up over anything. So it's not like an earnings gapper, but this is also a very large tech stock. Not tech, but a large stock. So this is Lululemon. This is the female spandex shorts. I mean, it could be male spandex shorts too. Depends on what you're into. My wife's, they don't fit me. So I'm just kidding. Haven't tried them on. But I'm sure, you know, if we wanted to afford Lulu, I'm sure she would like those stretchy spandex pants, but it seems to be a hot commodity with the ladies. So that being said, Lululemon gapped up very nicely on their earnings, holding that 10-day moving average and looking like it has a possible breakthrough if it wants to do it on volume. So we're definitely going to keep an eye on Lululemon to see what wants to come of that. And if it gets up above this, I have an alert set just to be extra safe to see what happens. So Microsoft looks like it's trading at 308.73 now. We're still up wildly on this trade, holding one last quarter of this position in order to see if it wants to stop us out for break even on the last quarter, which is about $14.50 up still, or does it want to continue to break down and come test this VWAP and come back down in this range area of 304. We'll see if that's what it wants to do. You guys remember Celsius Holdings? Celsius is an energy drink that took off, and a lot of your long-term traders were talking about CELH. Now, I know a few traders that put this on their long-term accounts because it moves too slow, but CELH is back up in that nice range, trying to hold. Looking absolutely beautiful, ladies and gentlemen, for GOOS. Now, I talked about GOOS being a squeeze stock. Why is that? Because it's over 30% on the short float interest and now breaking above this area. I was in it right here. I actually got in this trade here and it was looking good until it didn't. And when it gapped down here, it really hurt me. I ended up exiting this trade, and sure enough, this is where we sit. So yeah, that happened, but you know, guys, no big deal. It's part of trading, and that's why I like to bring this up in front of you. I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm some genius guru who makes thousands and thousands of dollars every day. I'm not. I'm a learning trader, and I will forever be learning. If you run into any YouTubers that say that they know for sure that this is going to happen or that's going to happen, then you're listening to somebody who is a liar. Nobody really knows what's going to happen unless you have a crystal ball. I have a crystal ball right here. Now, we refrain from using this crystal ball as much as we can because, well, I don't think that's how God intended it. But, you know, sometimes we have to use that crystal ball because some people come in here and ask us what's going to happen, and we got to tell them. So we look at the crystal ball, we give them some silly answer. But either way, guys, if we know our levels, if we know our lines, we can have better calculated, more calculated risk. And when you have calculated risk, it turns less into a gamble. It turns more into a profit seizing opportunity because we like to extrapolate some money from the overall market from time to time, guys. So absolutely beautiful. So let's keep on keeping on, guys. What else do we have? Oh, DraftKings. We got to check on DKNG. So DraftKings, we decided to take this, and it looks like it came right back down here, right at my range break area. It looks like we're going to be up a couple of bucks on this trade, about 25 in this area. But is it going to hold this VWAP area, or do I have to go the whole weekend worried about what DraftKings is going to do? Well, I don't have to worry at all because I already have an area of that I plan on risking. And that area that I risk is at the very lows, and if it wants to break that and break down, then so be it. I'll be out, and that's A-okay. Microsoft looks like it's wanting to get back up into this area. Is it going to break that last piece out for break even, leaving me with a $30 overall win? Or are we going to see Microsoft stutter and shake right here at this area and continue to head lower? Either way, I'm going to be happy because I've already made my profits in this trade. And now if it stops me out, I can say, hey, at least I held out a little piece for that dream, and I still made money on a short in the middle of a market that was extremely bullish. So look at this, guys. If you look at the day, the 5-minute chart, or even better, if we look at the 1-minute chart, you have to be a good trader if you're going to make money in this market. This is an overall bullish day for this trade. Am I right? It's bullish. You can tell anybody looking at this, which way is the market going, up or down? They would say the market is going up for Microsoft. So how did I make $30 so far shorting Microsoft using proper risk management. That's why I always take profits on the way down. I risk what I'm willing to risk, and then I start taking profits the second I am into those profits. If you take profits on the way down, then you're going to be in the money, and you can risk that last piece in order to see it heading on higher. Now let's go over here to Coin, because my boy Keith pointed it out to me. Yeah, so Coin is going to go ahead and show us some strength here, guys. So not only did Coin beat on their earnings, did they beat? But they gapped up here about 10%. Now, I do like that gap up, and I do like that range break, and I do wish I was in here at 56.35. So this would be the way I would play this earnings gap up trade. There's the top, there's the bottom. Now I could get in, but I'd have to risk less now. So I can play this earnings gap up, but I've already missed my opportunity, and I'm already in another one. So I do like this gap up, but here's the thing with the gap up. It did not break any real areas of range, okay? So it didn't do anything too crazy. Now, I will say if the earning expectancy was negative $1.43 and then you come out with a negative 34 cents, that's wild. It should gap up as it did. But it didn't gap up over any key resistance areas. Yes, gapping up to 73 would be absolutely nuts, but that's what I would have to do to be able to play this earnings range break. Now, this does look nice. It does look it's trying to hold and it wants to head higher, but will it? That's the real question. Will it actually hold higher? Now, it looks like Microsoft's back up here at this double top. Now, it got me out of that break even right there on that last piece. So we're up $30 so far on the day. I think on this trade we were up a total of $48 or something like that. But now we're gonna see, does the market stop me out for that last little piece and then head on lower after that? So let's go ahead and look at the overall market. Yeah, Keith, I do like Coin. It does look really good, and it's definitely something that I have on my overall watch list to try and get in once the overall market turns around, especially with Bitcoin. You know, with Bitcoin doing so well right now, I think if Bitcoin really wants to take off, if Bitcoin takes off, I think Coin is really going to take off as well. I think that's just hand in hand. So it is 11:30, guys. We've got about 30 more minutes here with me today. So if you haven't already, go ahead and hit that like, hit that subscribe button. Look at my screen, guys. If we go, we got to click this live button. We're going to make sure that you're up to date. If you're back here and you're hearing something, well, click this live button and bam, now you're hearing it first, baby. Go ahead, and we're going to go ahead and end this with the 15 votes, okay? We'll go ahead and end this right now. Let me bring this up on this other side here, and we're going to end this poll with 67% of you saying that big tech, yes, will hold up, as we're 33% say no. So we have 15 votes in the thing, and I do appreciate you guys voting on that. So let's go ahead and hit this like button, and then while you're here, guys, smash this subscribe button. So when you hit that like button, make sure it's lit up, so that way it gives me that like, and make sure you hit that subscribe button, guys. Thank you so much. I do appreciate your time. I want to be here for you just as much as I want you to be here for me, guys. So go ahead and hit that like, hit that subscribe button if I'm bringing you any value or entertainment to your lives. Now, right back to the task at hand. As the QQQs looking like they're trying to break out higher, as same as Microsoft. Look at this absolutely scrumptious of a trade. It makes me feel like I want to be a part of this breakout if it gets up above this area. So maybe we just go ahead and join a little bit on this bid because we're up a little bit of money, and I'd like to see where this might take us. So here we go. We're at that double top. Maybe this is the best time to short in this market right now, but I'm going to go ahead and take a small little trade, just 25 shares to the long side, because if Microsoft wants to break out and they want to break out on volume, I think this would be a great area to do so. So just a small area just to play around in, just to have a little fun as we look at the rest of the market. So we got NVDA right here still holding up on its highs. We have the QQQ still holding up there at its highs. We have the SPY, again, still holding up there at its highs, 411.16. Let's take a look at some of our other large caps like Tesla. Tesla's holding up there, 168.42. The IWM trading sideways still, 173.53. Microsoft's breaking out now on volume. I almost want to add more into this that could be a beautiful breakout. But we're just going to leave 25 shares in. We're not going to get crazy. I don't want to overcommit to anything in this market. But if the market is going to do well, is DKNG going to still do well? And it looks like we are getting that bounce off VWAP, just as we talked about a little earlier. So let's keep on keeping on as Netflix, just trading sideways, still holding that uptrending pattern. We have Amazon still trading sideways. Not sure what it wants to do. Meta's down here at these lows, now above the VWAP area, trying to do its best to hold. Let's take a look at Lucid, LCID. Now, I haven't looked at Lucid in a long time, Keith. So let's take a look at Lucid. We're going to start with the daily. Huge downtrend on Lucid. And we have earnings that are coming out on the 8th. So right there, I'm just going to stop there, and I'm going to say we need to see the earnings on the 8th. That's in 3 days. So on Monday, it seems like earnings is going to come out for Lucid. These are going to be very anticipated. People are going to want to know what the heck is going on for Lucid. So if Lucid can hold on, if it can do its dang thing, then we want to see Lucid after earnings see it maybe break up above this area. But right now, it just looks really wishy-washy. I'd say the only area that we could say is being respected is this $7.25 area. And even then, it had a recent breakthrough on it. So we need to be careful in these areas. We definitely do not want to be holding on to anything that might end up causing us some sweat. So it looks like Microsoft touched those tops, and it looks like it had a very quick and significant pullback in those areas. So what am I going to do? I'm going to take those 25 shares, and I'm going to go ahead and set my stop loss right in this area right here, and it looks like it's going to stop me out pretty quick for a small $5 or $6 loss if it does touch. If it wants to hold this area and keeps on heading higher, then we'll keep on holding for that 25 shares. But it looks like I added in a little early trying to play that breakout, but I just wanted to be a part of that breakout. That breakout could be massive. So LCID, it does look like we're getting a little bit more volume than usual in for LCID today, which is very interesting to note. So I actually took a position on Lucid to hold through. To hold through earnings. Now, I never recommend holding through earnings for obvious reasons because they can be a gamble. But Lucid being at these lows and showing a little bit of support, this thing might be able to ramp up, maybe getting up before earnings a little higher. Maybe you can take a little profits before you get to earnings, so that way you can pad up that safety net. So either way, that's how I like to play, Keith. I always try and pad up that safety net, but I like your idea. Have you looked into the financials at all for LCID? Do you know how to look into the financials? If not, maybe it's something that we could do a little collaboration on and see what your thoughts are exactly on that. So Keith, if you want, I actually have a Discord. I can throw this. Let me invite you to this really quick. So I'm just going to put this right here. You can join our Discord, Keith, so that way if I'm ever on, you can reach out to me. You're more than welcome to direct message me. Maybe we can have a little collab on that, and maybe we can see why you are taking LCID. Now, Microsoft looks like it's starting to pad up down here in that 309.25 area. Doesn't want to pop off and head to the north side for me to make a few extra pennies on that breakout, or is it actually going to break down at that double top? Now, I do like double tops to break out a little bit more on that double top regardless. I want to see Microsoft do good things here, so let's do good things, Microsoft. DKNG, yeah, glad you asked. It is holding above that VWAP area just as I asked it to. I guess I just have to ask nicely. What else do we have on our trade list here? So we're not in Riot anymore. We're in DraftKings. We're up about 42 on DraftKings. SFM, we're just keeping an eye on. We're not playing it right now. ON. Okay, I want to see the overall big tech names. So get rid of all that. Let's go ahead and run through Tesla. Let's see, QQQ still holding up there. IWM. Now that is some good coffee. NASDAQ, you're right, shouldn't hold through. Personally taking the gamble because I saw one on the road and loved it. Heck yeah, dude. Those Lucids, they are very, very beautiful stock. The only issue I have is the fact that, you know, they make these beautiful concept cars and they are selling a few cars, but the biggest issue is there's no real LCID. Let me see. There's no real fundamentals when it comes to the technical analysis. you know? There really isn't. And this thing, you know, it's got a lot of areas of resistance. The biggest one right now being the 1744. The last time this thing bounced up to that 1744, it sold off just as hard as it spiked up. So just be careful with that. If you do get an earnings beat and the thing goes crazy and gets up, just make sure you're taking some money out, you know, because this thing is showing to be a pump and dump. And just because we have a biasy towards something, whether it's, you know, it's a cool car, cool concept, cool story, bro, but you don't want to put your money on it just because it's cool or because you like it. And I'm not knocking you down, Keith. You know, I love Lucids. I absolutely love Lucids. And let me, not Lucids, I'm sorry, Teslas. So let me just bring up Tesla and tell you exactly why I haven't bought into Tesla, because I think Tesla is the future. I really do. I think it's part of the future, but it's below a 200-day moving average. So I won't even look at the dang thing yet. It needs to be showing me proof of concept, like back here when it was above the 200-day moving average and stayed above the 200-day moving average all the way up to 279. Okay, and then once it broke down below that, it has not been above. So I just tried to buy when things are looking a little bit more formidable, and I try to leave my biases on the back burner. Meaning, I love Tesla. I want to buy a Tesla so bad. Like, that would be a really cool goal, to have, you know, a few cars behind me. You know, instead of just the whiteboard, I can have some cool toys behind me to, you know, just whatever, for whatever reason, you know. But I can't just go buying Tesla and putting my money into Tesla because I like Tesla. The only thing that is going to show me proof of concept when it comes to buying stocks is if it is making me money. If it's making me money, then I like the stock. If it's not, then see ya, I'm out of there. The only other time that I buy and hold is going to be like VOO. As you guys see here, this is where I started dollar cost averaging in all the way down here. And now my average for VOO is $356.69. We're up about $400 on that trade, okay? And this is my buy and hold. I don't care if this thing breaks all the way down. If it breaks down further than this, I'll be buying more of this VOO. And I also play with VTI. I've got my brother buying VTI as well. Now you can see my average in is a little different on this. It's right in that $200 area, and we want to buy more. But we're going to wait, and I'm letting, whenever my brother buys into this, I'm going to buy into this, okay? So that's the only time that I buy and just forget about it, is when it is in an ETF or a mutual fund or something of that nature. So I like VOO because they pay a dividend. I also like VTI because they also pay a dividend. So let's see how Microsoft is doing. Okay, Microsoft, we're trying to play this breakout here. Does not want to just break out just yet, so we're still hanging out in it. We do have it marked right here. If it wants to break down in this area, then so be it. We'll let it break down in that area, and it'll stop us out. Let's take a look at DKNG. We got about 15 more minutes here, guys, so if you got something that you want me to take a look at, let me know. Keith says, agreed 100%, bad chart, taking a risk for sure. Keith, I'm just happy you know what the hell you're doing, man. It's nice to know that I got other traders here that if you know you're taking a gamble, don't try and justify it for whatever reason. He's 100%, he knows what he's doing, and he likes to trade. So that's the way he's going to trade it, and that's a beautiful thing. A lot of times when I do when I'm talking about technical analysis, my biggest thing is I'm so worried that somebody is going to take what I say and they're going to go all in on something, or they're going to take what I say and they're going to be pissed off for whatever reason because they have too big of a bias. What's great is having good traders in here. What I mean by good traders is not that they're making money or losing money. What I mean by a good trader is somebody who has a bias but knows about it, that knows, you know, I'm taking a trade before earnings, and that could be risky. I'm getting into this trade, but it might stop me out, so here's my risk. So you at least understand you're risk adverse. And as long as you're risk adverse, guys, you'll never overcomplicate things, and you can always set your risk and have good risk management, and that's what keeps you in this game. You cannot come to this thing and trade every day if you don't have money. So the first thing we got to do is protect our risk. We need to set that stop loss. We need to know how much we're willing to risk if we're in options. What's our biggest loss that we could take during this trade? And then we go from there. All right, after you know your risk, then you can figure out where you're going to be making that money, where you're going to extrapolate that money from the market. So right now, what am I risking? Well, I'm risking this base of 309. If it wants to hold that 309 and keep printing me money, because I want to play this breakout in Microsoft. It's a nice base here at the top, and if it breaks off and wants to head higher, I got a small amount on it so it can do so. I would like to see it, and I would like to see it for our overall market as well, because if the overall market's going to go up higher too, DKNG, my best trade so far today, is going to head higher with it. So we're going to see if that is what wants to happen. If it doesn't, then so be it. We'll be out of it quick. Let's take a look at the SPY. Looks like the SPY is just trading sideways here. The goose trade is just trading sideways as well. NVDA, look at NVIDIA, man. I'm telling you, this thing is just... wow, this thing is just so strong. It's really holding on. Now, keep in mind, NVIDIA's earnings aren't until the 24th, but I think that is going to be the biggest earnings call ever. I think because NVIDIA is showing the biggest strength in the market. It started off showing the most strength. It's finishing off showing a lot of strength. I think if we want to see some type of movement, we're going to see that in NVIDIA's conference call and their earnings. So, MSoft, let's take another peeky gander. Okay, MSoft is breaking out now, creating new highs here at 309.59. Just as we wanted to see, it came back, it retested, we held, and now we're up a couple extra bucks right here for Microsoft. So, can this thing keep on keeping on, or is that the biggest? Is that the biggest push it's going to show us? Let's take a look at the cues, guys. We got 15 more minutes here, so if you got something that you want to see that I'm not looking at, let me know in the chat. And of course, with a few of you watching, we're going to go ahead and do my self-preservation regardless. So, what is self-preservation? Well, it's simple. Look at the screen. I need you to be here for me. So go ahead and make sure you're live on the screen. Click that live button. If you're not live, you're going to be back here. If you click live, you're going to be up here. Congratulations, you found us. We already took 15 votes on the poll. Big tap hold up. Yes, it will. No, it won't. 66% say yes, it will. AI at new high of days. Thank you for letting us know, Keith. We'll go over that in 1 second. But while you guys are here, hit that like and hit that subscribe button. If you hit the like and if you hit that subscribe button, you save a puppy every time you do it. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and bring up AI. So AI just broke out on new highs. Yes, sir, Bob. Right there, you can see it. The thing is, what AI, I expect it to get up to 20 and then probably smack right into resistance. So I think this thing can really rip up here, but once it gets to this $20 area, I don't see it getting much higher unless AI is on another big run. So I would like to see that happen exactly for AI. Get right up there into that $20 area, and if it does, I will be here with my shorts getting ready to short. So let me create this at or above this area, so that way if we see it, we can be it, baby. All right. So Microsoft's still trading at 309.43, up there at the highs. Not looking like it wants to do much. I mean, it is getting close to lunchtime, so, you know, this probably won't do anything too crazy. But if it does, hey, I'm in it to win it, baby. We're up about $2 on this separate trade for Microsoft. We can go back to DKNG, and we can only hope that AI can get back up to that $20 area. If it can, that would be great, especially if we go through if we go to AI. Let me go to my AI stock charts right here, and we look at BBAI. So BBAI is taking off a little bit. AI is taking off a little bit. GFAI is not. BFRG is not. MRAI is not. CXAI is not. SAI is not. It's looking like it's actually breaking down from here, actually. So that is a good look as well if you see just a few of them moving and they're not all moving. So if AI is ripping up to the north side and we're not seeing too much movement, this might be a really, really nice spot to take ourselves a short into that $20 area. So we'll see. We'll see if that's how that's going to play out. Well, AI makes new highs for the day at 1896. Thanks for pointing that out, Keith. Much appreciated. Obviously, we need to know what's going on in the market, so if you're seeing something that I'm not, you got to let me know, baby. We're trying to create the best show here on YouTube when it comes to the stock market. Granny Randy, you're here, and you're well. Here, this one's for you, Granny Randy. Cheers to you. This one's for you, not for me. And boy, do I have to pee. We got about 15 minutes left before I can do that, so let's keep things entertaining and let's keep them fun. DOGZ, nah, boring. FUBO, MINM, SGMA, all kind of boring, so let's run through the bigger tech cap. The SPY trading at 410.99, just trying to stay above that 410 area, looking really good overall. Goose hurting my feelings as NVDA is still trading sideways. If NVDA wants to get above these areas, we might see another push to the north side. HEAR, what do you hear? I hear cha-ching, because this baby keeps on heading to the north side. ON up 2.99% today, breaking out of this area. This might be its nice little spot it wants to break out. Oh, goodness. Goodness. Yeah. You know, a big part of me wants to get in on these. It's hard, though. It really is hard. Let's see how NVIDIA, because I know that's the leader. See how the leader's doing. Yeah, the leader's trying to curl. Man, this thing. Where's the volume at? I'm not really seeing it. So why am I squealing here, guys? Well, because this could be the breakout area for ON Semiconductor. And I've been following ON, and they have a really good financials. Okay, now these aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just a big talking head who bought ON. I'm only buying 25 shares of it because I've gotten shaken outeth of ON plenty of times before. So I'm just taking a small share size just to see, to get comfortable with it. And if I find a good spot to add in, then I will. But if this thing wants to go against me and head to the south side, then hey, guess what? See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. I'll be out of it very quickly. So we have ON, we have DraftKings now, and that's it. That's the only thing that we're trading. So I want to run through the overall market with you guys to see what is going on those last. So SOU. Oh, for the AI, I will do that. Thank you, Keith. So SOUN. I had no idea that SOUN was AI related, but that is a very good one, which also is coming up with earnings. So if you guys look, a lot of these AI plays are looking a lot alike. They're forming these pennants, you know, right before earnings. 511 for SOUND. It looks like Microsoft pulled back. Riot is at or above, so Riot's back up here. Goodness gracious, Riot. Riot's trying to juke me out, I think. So MSoft stopped us out. So that's a good sign for the market. That means, or not a good sign for the market. That means it's pulling back a little bit. SOUND looks like it really is trying here. Very interesting. Very interesting. Is this the breakout? Is this the breakout here? If it is, I'd love to be a part of it. BBAI looks like it is what's trying to lead the way. As Microsoft breaking down from this area now. Breaking down quickly. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I wish I was on that side of the trade. We're still up $22 for Microsoft in the overall move, as META is just not doing anything at all today, guys. No buying going up in this area for Meta, no nothing. Just not even moving at all. NVIDIA looks like it's just trading at 284.15, up there at these highs. Let's take a look at Apple. Still up 4.88% on the day, even after that big gap up on earnings. That is just absolutely beautiful, guys. You know you love to see it. You know you love to see it if you have at all any 401k, Roth IRAs, or long-term investing accounts. You love to see that screaming to the north side. So OMI looks like it's doing really well. Same thing with FUBU today. LASR, that was one of those stocks, very speculative. A lot of people are talking about these, but right into an area of resistance, so be careful with that. Microsoft really breaking down now. It looks like Microsoft is about to do the move that I had expected it to before. So maybe when it does pop back up here, if it does, maybe we get in short to try and play down to that view up area. But with the overall market looking the way it is, I don't know if I trust the shorts. I think the longs are in. But I'm not 100% sure on this. It's just everything's just holding out in the area of resistance. And so the longer it holds up there, the more comfort I have in calling it a bull market. But if it wants to linger up and start to weasel its way down and we get a big flush, watch out below. We might be heading back down to those key areas. 410 looks like it's doing its absolute best on the SPY to hold out in these areas. Let's hope that it does for your overall bigger cap stocks. So it looks like we are starting to get some bearish sentiment in for that volume there on the 1 minute. Let's go to the 5 minute. I'm not as good on the 1 minute, I don't think. So it looks like on the 5 minute, yeah, we are starting to get some selling off for MSoft. Look at that, nice pullback there. Let's see if anything else is doing that. We need to check out Netflix as well. And Netflix is still trading in the middle. Let's see, IWM, is it still trading sideways? And then we go to NVDA, let's take a peek. Okay, NVDA looks like it's having its pullback from its top. Let's keep looking. Apple's still trading at those tops. Microsoft looks like it's getting that big pullback that I was looking for. Not as big as the last one just yet. Riot's still doing things. Take a look at Disney. It's been a little bit. Yeah, Disney's still. So I called this out this morning on Disney because it looked like it was curling. It looks really good so far for Disney. Breaking out of this area, which is really, really nice. Yeah, Microsoft just looks like it's going to tank here for a sec. Look out below. All right, we're going to go through it. I want to see how Tesla's doing. Tesla's at 168.19. 168.19. Norman Conklin, you have a great weekend, brother. Thank you so much for popping in, Norman. Do appreciate your time and appreciate your support. And guys, if you want to help support me, just go ahead and hit that like, hit that subscribe button. But I am here for you every Friday, guys. Every Friday, I like to be here. I like to talk and do stock stuff like stock analysis, the live trading, of course, and your technical analysis. I'm doing it here better than anybody else is doing it. You can get that guaranteed LoFi stamp of approval. We bring you the news. We bring you the earnings. We bring you the hottest trades. So hit that like, hit that subscribe button. And Conklin, thanks for showing up, brother. Do appreciate you. We got about 3 more minutes, guys, so if you got something that you want me to take a little peeky gander at, you need to let me know. I want to know what you're watching. I want to be your big talking head. Let me fill up this chin with coffee so I can keep on keeping on, baby. And I hope everybody out there has a great weekend. Yes, that is some good coffee. Oh yeah, baby. So let's go ahead and take a look at Microsoft. Microsoft just doing things. I still think that Microsoft is going to be pulling way back just because we're up here at these highs. I think Microsoft gives us a beautiful pullback in the overall market. So we're going to see if it actually wants to do that today for us as QQQs is coming back down to test that 320 area. We're going to see, does the SPY want to come back down and retest that 410 area? It looks like it wants to try, at least it's looking very heavy in this area. So we're going to see if that's what it is going to do. In the meantime, I'm going to sit here and clench because I have to pee so bad. That's what happens when you drink so much coffee. And if you listen closely, you might hear me pour it. And that doesn't help me having to pee, but it is what it is. And there's Microsoft finally getting that pullback we were looking for a little earlier. So maybe afternoon. I talk to you guys all the time about this. My best trades happen after lunch. Now, I was trading pre-lunch, and that's a-okay. We made a little bit of money today. So far, so good. But if I look, my best trades are always after lunch. DraftKings, that was my main focus today, and we are still focused on DraftKings. Why? Because we played the 5-minute earnings range break. We're up about $52. Now, that is chump change compared to what I would love to see on DraftKings actually happen. So we have our stop. It is set just below that $23 area, and we bought in right here at $24.31. So we're up about $50, and we're going to see what wants to happen with this. If this thing wants to continue to head to the north side, I believe in DraftKings. It seems like everybody around me is talking about DraftKings, and I love the way they advertise. I love the way they are giving free trades out to get other people in, and they're getting all these people in this huge mix, and now you can see it on their earnings. So with earnings coming in well, with institutional ownership trying to buy this thing up, with people having their eyes on DraftKings, I took a nice trade with a wide stop in order to see things through. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to hold DraftKings and we're going to keep an eye on the overall market. Now, right now, I don't think we have any other trades except for ON. We got an ON on this breakout. As you guys can see, we took the breakout at 80.25. So we're a little late to the breakout, but we took it right here, 80.25. So right here is our average for this trade, and we're going to be in this for a short time, not a long time. We only have 25 shares of it because it is a breakout trade. And as you guys know, I'm not the best at these breakout trades. But if we start to see the market turn around and we start to see big things happening in the overall market, these breakout trades could be the next hottest thing. So I learned, I love them, but I'm not good at them just yet. We need to see a beautiful bear market heading to the north side in order for these breakouts to work. So ON, we're up about $3. We're going to give this plenty of room to play out to see what comes of it. So stick with me, guys. I love to be here for you just as much as I love seeing that you're here for me. So make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe button, and I hope you guys have an amazing weekend, guys. So thank you so much for joining me. I hope you guys kick butt, take names, and keep extrapolating that money from the market. And remember, guys, you're a loser unless you're learning.